Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started here in a moment. All right. Good morning. Welcome, everyone, to day next to last. I'm going to go to our Executive Director, Chuck Tracy, for any announcements. And then Brad Pettinger has the gavel for this morning's activities. So we'll go straight to Brad after Chuck.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Welcome, everybody. So, as you recall, at the end of the day, or maybe you don't, we left our latest salmon iteration open to receive some additional guidance from Washington and the tribe. So, D5 is still open. I'm not expecting anything too soon on that, but just be aware that at some point this morning, hopefully, or some point during the day, we'll be taking up D5. I think, given that, I think it's the chances that we get to final action today on salmon are diminishing. So just kind of as an overall view of that, take that into consideration. But other than that, we plan to start on schedule with our groundfish agenda items, cost recovery, in-season actions, Pacific Whiting Treaty, and then council action on Sablefish Gear Switching. We got a good discussion and presentations and public comment on that yesterday. So we're just in the council discussion and action phase for that when that comes up. So so that's the suite of today's activities as we see it at this point. One other brief announcement, especially for council members who are making motions. We're going to be doing a little cross training with Sandra and Chris today and tomorrow, and also very likely into the future. So when you send your motions in writing, if you could please send it to both Chris and Sandra. Be much appreciated. Also, to the extent you can, please, in Word format. So that will expedite their ability to turn them around and post them on the screen. So with that, Mr. Chair, those are my opening remarks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chuck. And with that, we'll go right into F5, and I'll look to Jim for the summary.
Morning, Mr. Vice Chair and council members. So each year the council gets a cost recovery report from National Marine Fisheries Service covering the costs and fee collections from the previous year, along with the fee rates for the current year. NIMS Report 1 that's in your package covers that. This year under this agenda item, we also have a minor regulatory action that you initiated last November with a selection of a preliminary preferred alternative, I believe. But it is final action scheduled for this meeting, and that is to bring an aspect of the at-sea regulations in line with current practices, a relatively minor change. But NIMS Report 2 will cover that for you. So you get both these reports will be coming from National Marine Fisheries Service. Then you'll have a gap report that you should have in your supplemental. And then I also wanted to remind you that at your March meeting, you considered prioritizing reactivating the cost recovery committee, but decided it was not ready to. You weren't ready to make a prioritization at that time. So since no action was taken, we did not schedule further action on that issue. Was not noticed for this meeting. So your two action items here are to review the report and provide any comments or guidance to staff on how to move forward and adopting final regulatory changes with respect to the regulatory matter I just mentioned.
Okay. Thank you, Jim. With that, we'll go to Keely Kent, and who I believe has a presentation from NIPS. Keely? Oh, actually.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, and members of council. Yes, you are correct. I have a PowerPoint for the first NIMS report that is in the briefing book, and I believe Sandra should be able to display that. So I'll wait just a moment until that is up. Okay. Thanks, Sandra. Okay, good morning. I will be giving a brief presentation on just the high notes from the NIMS annual cost recovery report. I will point out that it's quite a substantial report, so I don't intend to walk through all of the details, though I'm happy to take questions on anything, even if it's not something I specifically present. I do want to provide a quick orientation to the report this year. If you're familiar with our reports that we produce annually, you'll notice there's some changes to the formatting and the information included. We did try to reevaluate how we're presenting our cost recovery information to try to make it a little bit more clear, especially as it relates to kind of the ongoing costs of the program. You'll see those are now in an appendix, the tasks that generally occur annually. And then we've created a new section that really highlights the specific incremental tasks that have changed, or we expect are tasks that won't necessarily be permanent tasks. So we've tried to kind of separate out that information just to make it a little bit more clear about, what's new and different from year to year in terms of the scope of incremental tasks that are included. You'll also see a number of different tables that are our typical tables that we provide that not only break down the costs by each branch within, the various groups from the West Coast region to the Science Center to OLE, but also provide the information on the hours and the FTE equivalent for those tasks. I don't intend to walk through all of those tables. As you'll see, there's quite a few different numbers and tables in the report, but if you have specific questions, I'm happy to go through them. So that's kind of my overarching point, and certainly we are interested in feedback on this new report format. If you have particular thoughts about, is it helpful, is it not helpful, would you like to see additional changes, we're happy to take that again, trying to hit that mark of transparency that we're providing on the costs associated with the trawl program every year. So hopefully you have had a chance to look at that. And if you have any thoughts, once I give my presentation, I'm happy to take them. So I will get started. Next slide, please. So the general way that we calculate our fee percentages every year for our various trawl sectors is the same as it's always been. We take the direct program costs, which we do calculate by sector. So we do separate those out by the IFQ sector, the CP sector, and the MS sector. And we also calculate the fishery value. And so the fee percentage is determined annually by taking the direct program costs divided by the fishery value times 100. Of course, that fee percentage is capped at 3% per the Magnuson-Stevens Act requirement. So anytime the fee percentage would be going over that, we would cap it at 3% instead. For 2021, the fee percentages that are in place right now, for the shore-based IFQ program, it's 2.5%. For the MS co-op program, it's 1.3%. And for the CP co-op program, that is 0.2%. Those fee percentages were announced in the Federal Register near the end of 2020. And for comparison's sake, the 2020 fee percentages were 2.88 for IFQ, 0.29 for MS, and 0.08 for the CP fleet. And to calculate those fee percentages, as I mentioned, the equation of how we arrive at that, but the information that we use is offset. So explaining a little bit, I I'm aware there's a little bit of a confusion, particularly in our report on Table 2-1 in Appendix 2, where I lay out the fee percentage calculations across the years. We use the best available information for both the fishery value and the program costs, but those pieces of information are available at different times. So for example, for the 2021 fee percentage, that uses calendar year 2019 fishery value because that's the best available. And then we use fiscal year 2020 direct program costs. So for example, when you look at that Table 2-1 in Appendix 2 of the report, if you look at a particular column, the heading is the fee percentage year of when it's in effect. So if that helps kind of clarify where those particular data points are coming from. And if there's specific questions after I roll through this, I'm happy to take them. I'll say one of the biggest changes for the fee percentages for this year for the MS and the CP program are this is the first year that we've used up all of the adjustment that resulted from the glacier fish litigation. So this is the first year that you see a full fee percentage for those programs where the direct program costs haven't been offset by major readjustments. Next slide, please. So this table has the overall FY 2020 direct program costs. So these are the program costs that are incorporated in that 2021 fee percentage that is in place right now. And you'll see we broke it out across the different branches and programs within each office that have incremental tasks for the purposes of cost recovery. You'll also see near the bottom that we have the total direct program costs, and then we have adjusted direct program costs. And so those differences right there are driven by, for the IFQ program in particular, we had a change to the fee percentage in the middle of 2020. And so that adjustment for IFQ is the result of picking up the credit from January 2020 through June 2020. And then for the MS and the CP sectors, there was a correction from a ratio-based approach used for a small part of one of the Amendment 21-4 tasks. And so that's what's driving their adjustment to their direct program costs. Ultimately, it's that last line in the table, the adjusted DPCs that was used for the purposes of calculating the 2021 cost recovery fee percentages. I'll also note the other large changes. In particular, for the IFQ program, we saw less direct program costs for fiscal year 2020 than we have typically, especially driven by reduced OLE costs. That was a result of the pandemic and changes to OLE's tasks that they were able to complete during that time. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned in this report, you do see kind of a different setup of how we are relaying our incremental tasks for cost recovery. So on this slide, you see the major new or ad hoc tasks that were included in the program costs for FY 2020. So again, these are tasks that we don't necessarily think will stay around, so rulemaking or implementation costs that are more of a one-off cost. So we separated it out by sector, what were the major changes in specific tasks, and then we also noted in the parentheses which offices would have had incremental costs for that particular task. So as you can see for FY 2020, the major new projects were the finalizing the Amendment 21-4 action, so we had the final rule and implementation, and as you can see, that included quite a few of our different offices, as well as touched all three of the different sectors. We also had some PRA renewals, which are renewals of information collections that only exist but for the trawl rationalization program. Also had electronic monitoring, and then the shore-based trawl EFP and SAMTAC. And then finally, we also had the emergency rule from 2020 that allowed CPs to act as motherships. So that was another ad hoc task for FY 2020. Next slide, please. This slide, I will note, is not in the annual report because it's something I thought up after we published the report, but this particular presentation is in the briefing book, so you should be able to have access to it. And all of the underlying information that is shown in this graph is in the report. It's just a different way of viewing the information. And so what this shows is just the program costs by sector over the years. We did adjust all of the program costs for inflation to make the year-to-year comparison a little easier. And it just shows the general trajectory across each of the three sectors of how the program costs have changed since we started cost recovery. Next slide, please. As I mentioned at the beginning, the second big part of calculating the fee percentage is determining the fishery value. And like I said, for 2020, the 2021 fee percentage, we used the 2019 fishery value. And we calculated it a little bit differently across the three programs. For the IFQ program, we use the fishery landings in PACFIN and then the price in PACFIN as well to determine the X vessel value. For the CP and the MS program, we use the MS proxy price, which for the 2021 fee percentage calculation was 9 cents to calculate the X vessel value, and that forms the other part of the fee percentage calculation. And if you're interested in the breakdown of how we arrived at those numbers, there's tables in the report, tables 2 and 3, that provide the full breakdown across the year, not just kind of the annualized data pieces if you're interested in looking at that. Next slide, please. And then this is the final table that kind of wraps it all up and shows you the different pieces of information used for each sector to determine their 2021 fee calculation, and is ultimately how we arrived at the 2.5, 0.2, and 1.3% fee percentages for each sector for 2021. Next slide. And that is all I have to present, but I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Keely. Questions for Keely on the NIPS presentation? Maggie Sommer. Maggie?
Thanks, Vice Chair. Thanks very much, Keely, for the presentation. I have two questions for you. Maybe I'll start with the more general one. I think there's been a lot of interest in the fact that the IFQ percentage was notably lower this year. And you mentioned some reasons briefly, but I think if you have any more detail you can provide for us on that, we'd be interested in understanding, how that ended up lower this year, and whether we might be expecting that to continue on into the future, or not. Thanks.
Through the Vice Chair. Thanks for the question, Ms. Sommer. So for the IFQ sector in particular, I would say there's two main drivers for the decrease in the fee percentage for this year. Like I said, the first one is that the OLE costs for that sector were down quite a bit. So that is a major driver. And then the other driver was that credit from the first part of 2020. So, in my estimation, I would not expect there to be another credit of that size. And I can't at this time predict what the OLE costs would look like. Obviously, they have been higher pre-pandemic, but I wouldn't be comfortable, using my crystal ball to predict what that will look like. But I think it's fair to say that those two reasons aren't things that we necessarily expect to be around year to year. And, as a more general note, the ongoing costs of the program, like I said, those tasks are covered in the appendix now, and the variation in costs from year to year is really, driven in large part by things that the council, wants to change about the program. So if there were to be a number of changes to the IFQ program that were costly, to implement, then I would expect our fee percentage to go up. So there is an expectation of variation year to year, but I can't really speak to the magnitude of that variation.
Thank you very much. And Vice Chair, if I may, one more.
Please.
Thanks. And thanks, Keely. This is a more detailed question. You mentioned OLE just now, and there's one item that caught my eye, which was OLE's evaluation of enforcement-related implications of actions, including SAMTAC. And just given the the early stage. I think the council is still in regarding SAMTAC, and we haven't gotten to the point of identifying alternatives. I was curious about when I saw that there seemed to have been some OLE time spent on the SAMTAC issue that kind of rose to the level of noting it in this report. Can you?
Through the Vice Chair. Thanks for the question. Yes, I will note, having an item present in the report, I wouldn't say is an indicator of the cost. We attempt to provide all of the information that we can to the council. So if it's something that we spent time on, we include it in the report. Just clarify that there aren't generally, tasks that are occurring that we're not including in the report because they don't reach a certain monetary value. I will say that particular line relates to some of the ongoing discussions that have happened both kind of through the committee and then coming out of the committee related to discard issues in particular that we discussed in SAMTAC. And there was actually a separate meeting of enforcement personnel, not just NOAA enforcement personnel, but the states as well, discussing some discard issues related to the SAMTAC developed alternative. So that's kind of the specific detail on that involvement. We don't generally keep track of costs by specific action items, so I can't speak to, how much time or money was spent on their involvement in that action, but that hopefully that additional detail explains what was being discussed and what was being worked on.
It does. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Maggie. Further questions of Keely? Okay, thanks, Keely. Next up is the GAP report and Sarah Nayani. Sarah?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, did you want me to go through the second NIMS report before we went to the other advisory body reports? What is your preference?
I just have presentation one on my log here, so my bad. I wasn't. I need to pay closer attention this morning. But please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This one will be very quick. I don't have a presentation, but I will speak to the NIMS report 2 that is in your briefing book. And Jim did give an overview of this particular action item. So this, you'll see a report 2 under agenda item S5A provides an overview of the issue. The write-up should look very familiar. It is basically the write-up you saw from November 2020 with a small update. We did brief the council on this issue in November 2020 under the NIMS report. And the overall arc of this action is that the cost recovery regulations state that all groundfish harvested should be used to calculate the ex-vessel value for the fee collection program. However, since the implementation of the program, NIMS has only been using Pacific whiting when calculating the ex-vessel value of the MS and CP sectors. We took this approach because there's limited data available to estimate non-whiting revenues in the at-sea sectors, but we are looking to change this regulation to match the current practice that is our preferred alternative. And in November 2020, the council also indicated that that was their preferred alternative as well. We could have also taken a different tack and tried to develop a methodology to estimate the value of non-whiting species in the MS and CP sectors. So that would have been the other alternative that we have presented in this report. So this is the second of the 2-meeting process to modify those regulations. And ultimately, depending on how the council chooses to move forward on this, we will seek the most efficient pathway for rulemaking. We would not initiate a separate rulemaking, but likely just add it in with an existing rule package because we consider this a housekeeping change. Also want to mention that we have determined that this regulation change has been determined to be cost recoverable. While there is some history on exactly what happened in this process of getting to the ultimate regulation, what we implemented was the council recommendation. Ultimately, this is a very small housekeeping action item. Like I said, we wouldn't initiate a separate rulemaking, so we don't expect to spend very much time on this, this reg change at all. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, now further questions for Keely or on this report. Okay, Seeing none. So I guess now we go to the GAP report.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. For the record, this is Sarah Nyani. I'll be reading Supplemental GAP Report 1. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel received an overview of this agenda item from Dr. Jim Seeger, Council staff, and a summary of the NIMS reports from Ms. Keely Kent, NIMS staff. The GAP would like to thank NIMS for providing greater detail and specificity on cost recovery, both in the annual report and in response to GAP questions during the NIMS presentation at this meeting. We also appreciate the determinations NIMS has been including at the outset of a project about whether they plan to consider elements recoverable or not. We believe these are positive steps forward towards increased transparency. With an understanding that this agenda item provides the Council an opportunity to review the cost recovery levels established by NIMS, the GAP offers the following comments. The main outstanding issue for the GAP that is fundamental to establishing the annual cost recovery fees for each sector is having NIMS provide a calculation of actual incremental costs, including program efficiencies. The U.S. Court of Appeals Ninth Circuit regarded this calculation as being essential for cost recovery implementation under NIMS regulations. At the September and November 2020 Council meetings, the GAP recommended reconvening the Cost Recovery Committee to work through specific incremental cost examples and develop a cost recovery matrix that would include a baseline of pre-catch share costs or units. We continue to recommend this as an approach that could result in the incremental cost calculation that is necessary for determining annual fees for each sector. The Cost Recovery Committee could be tasked with reviewing specific items that the GAP has identified a need for greater transparency on, such as pre-catch share baseline costs and post-catch share efficiencies, such as reduced in-season management and at-sea cooperatives that were used to calculate actual incremental costs, the apportionment of partially incremental or ratio-based costs, specific category costs over time for the Scientific and Data Management Grant, the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission grant, as well as for the Fisheries Observation Science and Economic and Social Science Research, ESSR category, and cost reduction goals. As a starting point, one direct program cost area that the GAP believes is suitable for consideration of future program efficiencies and cost savings is the ESSR program, and that's the Economic and Social Science Research program, for which the direct program costs during the October 1, 2019 through September 30, 2020 period were approximately $370,000. Please note that that $370,000 value does not include database modification costs incurred by the SDM team for the EDC quota share owner survey, which was counted separately in the SDM total. The GAP understands EDC program costs to be a significant portion of ESSR total. We wish to emphasize that the EDC team has done an excellent job collecting, analyzing, and reporting useful data on each of the three catch share sectors, as was requested by the Council during program development. However, in the 11th year of the program, the EDC implementation continuing to be a significant recoverable cost, the GAP believes it is time for the Council to consider removing or reducing the amount of data collected and/or the frequency with which it is collected. For example, the GAP discussed whether it might make sense to survey only a subset of participants in each year, so that individual participants would only be surveyed every other or every third year. This approach would maintain some level of data collection and analysis to support Council's decision-making while reducing recoverable costs. Another approach would be to simplify the survey itself. Outside of cost recovery, another benefit would be the reduction of burden and time costs for each participant to complete the lengthy surveys each year. Moreover, the North Pacific Fishery Management Council is currently considering ways to reduce burden and improve the practical utility of the information collected from their four economic data reporting programs, which are less onerous than the EDCs on our coast. The GAP recommends that the Council take up similar considerations for the West Coast EDC and/or other ESSR activities such as social science research. From our initial conversations with Council and NIMS staff, The GAP understands that one appropriate vehicle for EDC consideration might be the Council's next trawl catch-share program review, which is slated to begin in 2022. However, since any follow-on actions from that review could take several years to implement, members of the GAP wondered if kicking off these conversations in NIMS industry meetings or through reconvening the Cost Recovery Committee may lead to more timely considerations and outcomes. And then for the mothership and CP sector cost recovery calculations, the GAP continues to support using the value of Pacific whiting for annual cost recovery fee calculations for the at-sea sectors. As we described in our November 2020 statement, the GAP and Council had initially recommended using the value of Pacific whiting, but in November 2012, it was NIMS that requested the Council change course and use the value of all groundfish. The regulatory change now proposed by NIMS seeks to return to the approach that was originally recommended by the Council. The GAP therefore requests that the Council specify that agency time spent on this regulatory fix should not be billed to cost recovery. And that concludes the GAP report. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Questions for Sarah on the GAP report? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Sarah. That would take us to public comment. And last time I looked, I didn't see any comment cards. So that will take us to council action. And the guidance there is on your screen. And with that, I will look for hands to start discussion. Or not. Maggie Summer. Maggie.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'll start off some discussion. I appreciate the report and want to, or the report we just heard from the GAP, in addition to the information provided earlier by the National Marine Fisheries Service. And we all recognize that this is part of an ongoing expression of some concerns by industry members about both the transparency of information and their ability to understand in what they feel is sufficient detail what the cost they're being charged for, and also just the overall level of the costs. And I think maybe I wanted to start just a little bit of discussion on that, picking up on the comment in the GAP report that one appropriate vehicle for EDC cost or modification consideration to reduce costs might be the next catch share program review. And I guess I would expand that with my thinking that there are probably other areas where we could look for some cost reduction. But, noting the GAPs, wondering if kicking off these conversations sooner, whether that's through some NIMS at industry meetings or cost recovery committee, might lead to more timely outcomes. And I am very sympathetic with I think the implicit concern that working through the 5-year review process will be really, really long, and they're looking for some relief from costs sooner. So I just wonder if at this point, either NIMS or perhaps other council members might have some ideas for us to start thinking about in terms of how to really be efficient and work effectively toward looking for some solutions to reducing costs for industry and a process for doing that.
Okay, thank you, Maggie, for that. Anyone else want to take a bite at that apple? Kelly Ames. Kelly?
Good morning, Vice Chair Pettinger, council members. Thanks, Maggie, for opening up the discussion. I, too, have heard a lot over multiple agenda items regarding the cost of the trawl rationalization program, including as we seek to make additional changes to the program. And so, there has been this discussion surrounding the 5-year review, and I appreciate the GAP's concern about the timing and the timing of doing a review, and then, of course, the follow-on action and their desire for quicker action. And I guess I just want to point out that the council could set the scope of the 5-year review at any time. They don't need to wait. We all do not need to wait until 2022 to have that discussion. And if we know now that cost is a main area of interest, then I think, that scope could be set now, not at this meeting, but at a meeting noticed earlier than 2022. And to me, I think an important part of that cost evaluation is looking at the regulations, the required parts of the program that the council had recommended, evaluating the cost, and also simultaneously evaluating how changes to the data streams, what changes to the regulations would do to changes in the data stream and how that would influence management. So, the GAP focused their report on the ESSR program and particularly the EDC. And I think we should have those sorts of discussions about all of the required program elements and look at, as you change those requirements, how does the data change that informs management? And is the council comfortable with changing those data streams? For some of the features, the council may not be comfortable in making changes, but perhaps for others, you may be comfortable bringing in some variance into the data stream as a way of reducing costs. And so I think that is certainly an appropriate scope for the 5-year review if that's what the council would like to do. And again, I think the task could be set early, the data could be provided early to facilitate a more timely discussion and review.
Yeah, very good, Kelly. Appreciate that. And see Marcy saying, Marcy Remco. Marcy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate that thought. I too share concerns with cost and appreciate your acknowledgement that possibly the 5-year review is the time and place to get going on that, and that in fact we don't need to wait for the scheduled commencement time of that item. I guess I'm wondering from you, I thought I heard that we could define the scope of that review obviously in advance. I think what you might be getting at is that we may consider moving up the 5-year review scoping on our agenda and our year-at-a-glance agenda that would allow us to indicate our intention to proceed or even conclude that scoping and narrow the scope so that the focus is on cost, these issues pertaining to burdensome costs in the IQ sector, and that we might be able to take that up quite soon. I guess I'd still be curious from you what the where the actual action would come and end point. I realize there are a number of elements that would be required in the review, as you described about lost data streams potentially and how that might impact the program and our ability to manage the fishery using the best available science. So maybe you can elaborate a little bit more on when you might expect the 5-year review program, regulatory program might conclude and have a real effect.
Kelly?
To the Vice Chair, Mr. Imco, I actually would want to, ask Dr. Seeger or Mr. Tracy to weigh in. I mean, really a lot of this depends on how the council sets their schedule for considering the review. It depends on the breadth of the analysis that is considered in the review and the timing in which you begin consideration for, you know, what we typically call the follow-on actions from the review. So to me, it's all with in the bailiwick of the council's schedule and prioritization. You know, thinking about the 5-year review, I think you'd also, if you're going to move up the timing of those discussions, you need to circle back and look at your other groundfish priorities and how you'll rebalance the workload to accommodate an earlier discussion on the 5-year review scope and doing some pre-work before the review is kicked off.
Okay, Jim Seeger, Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And Ms. Ames, one question I had about your suggestion of moving up the scoping. Were you talking about moving up the entire scoping or just an action that would say the scope will at least include cost recovery so we can get moving on that? I would be concerned about moving the entire scoping up a long time before the actual start of the review, just because matters might change by the time you get to the review. But it would seem like to say that, yes, this review is going to include cost recovery would then provide the pretext for moving ahead and starting some work.
Kelly?
To the Vice Chair, thank you, Jim. Yes, I was basically identifying one part of the scope and leaving the broader scoping to the formal kickoff in 2022. And just to be clear, in my mind, the focus is not on cost recovery. It is on the total program costs as required by the program. Some of those costs are industry costs. The other costs are agency costs. So, you know, what you see in front of you today in the cost recovery report does not represent the total cost for operating the program. It, of course, only represents those costs that have been deemed to be incremental or are specifically but for, you know, the rationalization program. And I think it is important for the council to see the entire cost of the program, including those paid by industry, because that gives you the full view of the cost to operate these rationalized fisheries.
Okay. Further discussion? Comments? Maggie Summer. Maggie.
Thanks, Vice Chair. I just wanted to say I really appreciate the discussion we've just had. And, you know, I would certainly support the approach that Kelly just offered, that we might consider an early identification of the total cost of the program being part of the 5-year review, so that we might set us up with some opportunity to get information on that sooner and make some progress on considering any changes we might want to make and be comfortable making, and that could reduce costs for both industry and the agency in this program.
Okay. Thank you for that, Maggie. Good. Oh, your hand went back up. Okay. Anyone else? Corey Niles. Corey?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Not to leave any question open to silence. Just wanted to support what Maggie said there, and express appreciation to the GAP and to NIMS for the work that was done ahead of this meeting. It was really nice to see a positive note in the GAP report. But yeah, and on the way forward, I think, not to repeat what Maggie said, just lending support for that way forward.
Okay. Thank you, Corey. Appreciate that. Anyone else want to chime in? All right. So Jim, we have comments. I guess let's, so we have comments been given. Where are we at here as far as on this? What do we also need to do here? I see we have to adopt the final regulatory changes. So fill us in because we here.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. First, just to summarize, my understanding is that you have an interest in looking at bringing all the costs, bringing that whole issue up earlier, starting to get some reports and information and so forth together. But it was also noted that this maybe plays into workload prioritization or for groundfish, new management measure prioritization type action. So based on that, I'm kind of anticipating right now that the next time you would see this would be, I think you have another groundfish prioritization action in June. So we would include this as something to be considered at that time for how you want to move forward. If that's not what you're anticipating, then let me know. And then the other action here is to finalize the regulatory action that is covered in the NIMS report with respect to how the catch or how the cost recovery is collected in the at-sea fishery.
Okay, so sounds like we need to have something on that. Oh, Kelly Ames. Kelly?
To the Vice Chair, yes, I do have a motion for the regulatory changes, but if there was going to be any discussion on those changes, I could stand down.
Well, Corey Niles will stand by. Corey?
No discussion. Yes, I was grateful for Ms. Ames to make a motion. Just want to express the support for the GAP report. And hoping that's what Ms. Ames' motion will include. But I was, I have to say, a little bit confused on the language here and what we are doing in terms of adopting changes or really encouraging NIMS to make changes. But I should just let Kelly go on with the motion and ask questions there. But so I will lower up my hand and see what Ms. Ames has.
I think we're going to find out here. Marcy, you're go. Marcy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry that I missed the chance to ask a follow-up of Mr. Seeger on his comment about next steps. I just want to make sure that I understand that while this could be a topic for consideration under workload prioritization, I think with regard to the ad hoc committee that would come to us in June, we also have the opportunity here in agenda planning as we look at our year at a glance with regard to the 5-year review item, as I understand it. I mean, we've already had some very initial briefing on that item. So would it not be appropriate to consider agendizing that on a somewhat different schedule than it might currently appear on the YAG?
Well, I mean, honestly, the workload planning is going to determine what we're going to do. Certainly, we've heard what people would like to see happen. Beyond that, I think that tomorrow we're going to determine what's move forward or move up or not. Does that kind of put things in context enough for you, or do someone else want to weigh in here? Oh, I see Chuck's hand. Chuck?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Marcy. Well, I don't actually see it on the YAG. The next iteration of the program review. It was the council set the review schedule up to be every 6 years so that it could fall after the specs cycle was done, which we will be entering starting at our next meeting. So I don't, it's not on the YAG, which at this point only goes through next April. That being said, I mean, the council can always add things wherever they like. However, I think Ms. Kelly, Ms. Ames, and Dr. Seeger's comments about groundfish workload prioritization, I guess I would echo those. This is something that should be considered in the scope of our entire groundfish workload capacity, and that's where that's the intent of that agenda item, is to look at those things in whole. And so I would recommend that if the council is considering doing something off schedule, that they should consider it in light of the other priorities we have identified and are currently working on, and what would have to be displaced in order to accommodate moving something like that up.
Okay, thank you, Chuck, for the clarification. Marcy, did you have anything else?
No, thank you. That's helpful. I had expected to see it somewhere on the year to glance, but admittedly, I didn't have that document open. So appreciate that. And certainly I guess our next opportunity to discuss will be in June under workload prioritization, as you've indicated. So thanks very much.
Okay. Very good. And so with that, Kelly, seeing no hands, Mike, I'd like to see that motion. There you go.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I have sent a motion in writing to Sandra because I thought that would be easiest. I imagine it is traveling through the internet, so I'll stand by.
The ether's a little heavier today, or slower than normal.
Well, it certainly was a lot easier when she sat right next to me.
And you did send that to Chris also, right?
I did, yes.
Wonderful. Okay.
Great, thank you. And I do have just a couple modifications. Thanks for your patience. I move that the council adopt as a final recommendation that the cost recovery language be adjusted to state that the value of Pacific whiting instead of all groundfish be used in the annual cost recovery fee calculations for the at-sea sectors as described in agenda item F5A, NIMS Report 2.
Okay. Thank you, Kelly. Does the language on the screen accurately reflect your motion?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. You'll speak to your motion, please.
Yes, thanks. NIMS Report 2 covers in great detail the lack of data available to calculate the fee percentage based on all groundfish. And as such, we are recommending we move to Pacific whiting, which is the current practice for doing the fee calculations.
Okay. Second, I see you. Oh.
Go ahead. No, sorry.
In a second, I see Bob texted me he'll second it, so I'm assuming he has an issue at his end. But so I'll say Bob Dooley seconds via text, if that's proper or not. But let's go with, there he is. Okay, very good. Proceed. Kelly?
Pardon me?
I'm sorry. We got the second now.
Great. Do you need me to repeat the rationale for my motion?
Yeah.
Are we ready to proceed?
Yeah, no, speak to your motion. Maybe I was muted here on my end. I apologize. But yeah, speak to your motion as you think is needed.
Great, thank you. The rationale for this recommended regulatory change is provided in NIMS Report 2. In sum, there are insufficient data for basing the fee calculation on all groundfish. We have been using Pacific whiting instead, and so we are seeking to make a regulatory change be consistent with our current practice. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, great. Questions for Kelly, and I see Bob Dooley. Bob?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm sorry I've been having a lot of difficulties with my internet this morning. I've been missing a whole bunch of action here. I can't seem to get it to work, but it seems to settle down now. Sorry about that. Kelly, thanks for the motion. I have a question for you. It was mentioned in the GAP report about cost recovery for this action, in that it was originally in the November 2012 that it got changed from the original desire to just use whiting only, and now we're going back, even though that was the original intent. Will this whole exercise be cost recoverable, or will it be acknowledged as a change by the agency?
Through the Vice Chair, Mr. Dooley, yes, Ms. Kent spoke to this during her presentation. We have determined that the cost is recoverable. We would not have this regulation but for the trawl rationalization program. The regulatory change will be a very low workload and not require significant time to complete. And that is our rationale.
Okay. Thanks for that, Bob. Further questions of Kelly? Corey Niles? Corey?
Not a question, but just a comment, if that's okay, Mr. Vice Chair.
Please.
Yeah, I'm just supportive of the motion, supportive of the work that NIMS has done with the GAP. Also just want to comment that this concept of ex-vessel value, especially in the catcher processors fleet, is an underestimate of what this fishery is valued, that it produces. That's not an issue to bring up now, but do recognize the difficulties. Yeah, if anything, we're underestimating the value that these fisheries are earning. That's supportive of the motion.
Okay. All right, further discussion? Bob Dooley. Bob?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think it's very important to take what the GAP suggests in there very, very seriously and discuss this. I think the cost recovery part of this is significant to the industry, not maybe in dollars, but in format. This was not a change. This was the original part of the program. NIMS proposed the change to use all fish after the fact, and now we're proposing to go the other way. And it seems to me that industry should not be saddled with that change. I think that it's not a big issue dollar wise, it doesn't seem, but it is a I don't know that that change was not requested by industry. In fact, it was the opposite. Industry wasn't for that change to begin with. They would rather use just whiting, and pointed out the rationale, and the council agreed with that. So anyhow, not a I don't want to make a big deal out about it, but it seems to be pertinent in a whole cost recovery conversation, particularly when we start talking about 5-year review and going through this and making sure we set up a program that deals with what's cost recoverable and what's not. So I'll stop there, but I just thought I'd bring it up again. So thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Further discussion? Comments on the motion? Okay. Well, I'm not seeing any hands, so I'm going to call for the question. All those in favor, certify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, I think that motion passed unanimously, I believe. So thank you all. I'll turn to Jim. Jim, you can finish us up here.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Yeah, I think you've finished your business on here. You will be talking about taking a look at the costs of the program and prioritizing that when you consider groundfish new management measures in June and fitting it in there. And then you've just completed this regulatory recommendation. So ready to move on.
Very good. Thank you, Jim. With that, we'll go to Todd to start us off on F6 in-season adjustments. Todd?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning, Council. It is time for, as the Vice Chair mentioned, F6, which is in-season adjustments for 2021. The management measures for groundfish are set by the Council with the general understanding these measures will be needed to be adjusted within the biennium to attain, but not exceed the annual catch limits. This agenda item will consider progress to date of the groundfish fishery, as well as routine in-season adjustments to 2021 fisheries, such as catch limit adjustments and season structure. The Council has the opportunity to make adjustments to routine in-season management measures, such as trip limits and other such items under this agenda item. Adjustments are, in part, based on recent landings data and the latest information from the West Coast Groundfish Observer Program. The GMT is expected to provide in-season information to the Council under this agenda item. And the Council has before it several reports. You have a National Marine Fisheries report, which is on the the trawl gear EFP. You have 2 groundfish management team reports, and you also have a GAP report. Your action today is to consider projections for the 2021 fisheries and adopt in-season adjustments as necessary. And with that, Mr. Vice Chair, I conclude my opening statement, and I am happy to answer any questions you or the Council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Questions for Todd on his situation summary? Okay. With that, I guess I'll go to NIPS and see if Kelly has anything she wants to add to the on the NIPS report.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I sure don't. We have been including these reports in the briefing book for the Council's awareness and typically not reading or discussing them. I would ask the Council, maybe flag now for our discussion later, about the frequency of these reports and if you would still like to have them at each meeting under in-season, or if we could reduce the frequency to provide some workload relief so we can focus on other matters. But I'll flag that now just for our discussion later in the agenda item.
Thank you, Kelly. Okay, very good. We'll go to the GMT and Mel Bandrup. Mel?
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
We can.
Excellent. Good morning. I'm Mel Bandrup, and I'll be reading for the Groundfish Management Team the report on in-season actions, adjustments, final action. Excuse me. The GMT discussed the current status of groundfish fisheries, requests from industry, and the need for in-season adjustments during the April 2021 Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting. Before you have a few action items. One is the incidental lingcod north of 4010 retention in the salmon troll fishery. At the March 2021 meeting, the Salmon Advisory Subpanel submitted a request under the Workload New Management Measures Prioritization Agenda item to adjust the incidental lingcod trip limit in the salmon troll fishery. Mr. Steve Wilson provided public comment to the GMT at this meeting, refining the request to be 1 lingcod per 2 Chinook salmon plus 1 lingcod with a trip limit of 10 lingcod. The GMT has had a lengthy discussion on this and provides a detailed information in supplemental report 2, which Whitney will follow up after this report. One of the housekeeping items in front of you is regarding the RCA boundary lines that were printed in the Table 2 South trip limit table. For south of 3427, it was printed to be 100 fathoms to 125 fathoms. The council had already adopted that it should be 100 to 150 fathoms. And the GMT recommends that the council adopt a boundary for this non-trawl RCA south of 3427 from 100 to 150 fathoms in Table 2 South, which is consistent with your previous action under the 21-22 harvest specifications and management measures. This also brings consistency to the non-trawl RCA boundaries for limited gear, limited entry gear, fixed gear, and open access trip limit tables. And this is the easiest, most direct process for NIMS to make this correction. So that is one of the housekeeping items. That is the only housekeeping item under this agenda item. Moving on to short spine thorny head, we did receive a request to increase the open access trip limit for short spine thorny head north of 3427. The OA limit in this area, in the area between 47 and 3427, was increased as part of the 21-22 harvest specifications process, and is noted in the 21-22 analysis. The recent high attainment for short spine thorny head in the non-trawl sector reduces the opportunity to increase trip limits for both limited entry and open access fisheries. And so with only 3 months of data, landings data, we are not feeling it is an opportune time to adjust those trip limits. So therefore the GMT does not recommend making any adjustments to the open access short spine thorny head north of 3427 trip limit at this time. And the remainder of the items in report 1 are the informational items that we typically provide to the council. In appendix 1 down below, the GMT provides 21 sablefish catch projections for the limited entry north of 36 north latitude, as well as open access north of 36 and the limited entry south of 36 landings. And those are in the figures down below, and we are trending just fine at the moment. And we also have our typical scorecards, one for salmon. Still early in the season, but we are well within our threshold. We have the short belly rockfish scorecard, and we'll note that we requested that PACFIN provide that scorecard to the public in their Apex dashboard, and so that is now available for anyone at any time to go get a quick look at the short belly rockfish take in. Even though it's now considered an EC species, we have a specific line item for that now for you to go look at any time. And at the end of the port, we have our typical yellow eye rockfish scorecard as well, showing the projections that we have for 21. And with this, the only recommendation is for the housekeeping item up above. Try to run through that quickly so you had time for discussion on report 2. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mel. Question for Mel on the GMT's report 1. Marcy, you're in go. Marcy?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mel, for the report, but I think I'm going to slow things down a little bit here. I have a number of questions on this report, and hopefully the council will indulge me as we work through them. On the housekeeping item, I understand the GMT's recommendation here that the council recommend that NIMS implement this correction. I've no concern with the substance of the correction. It needs to be done. But I do have some question about why the council needs to encourage NIMS to do this, and in fact pass a motion to do so. Let me try a question for NIMS. Are you looking for the council to make this recommendation because then you have a reason to do an in-season action now, and that otherwise you would not, and so you need a recommendation on this point so that a rule is done? Is that really the short answer here?
Marcy, are you talking to Kelly or Mel?
I'm sorry, Mr. Vice Chair. Let me start with Mel and let's hear how the GMT discussion on this point unfolded.
Okay, Mel.
Hi, yes, thank you for the question. Yes, it was explained to us that procedurally this would be the easiest way to make a correction to the federal regulations, because it wouldn't be going through another a corrections amendment, which takes a little bit more legwork to get through. And there's also a cooling off period, which could delay the timing in which the correction gets into the federal regs. So although this makes it to where the council has to approve what they've already approved, it just makes it easier. My understanding is it just makes it easier on NIMS' behalf to then say the council asks us to do this. We can include it into another part of the other in-season action, and we can therefore waive notice and comment and get it done much sooner. But that's my understanding. But I'll kick it over to NIMS if there's a completely different version of that.
Marcy?
Yes, thank you, Mel. Yeah, I appreciate that detailed response, and thanks. I think I do want to hear from NIMS. I am concerned here about setting some sort of precedent that the council needs to take action to tell NIMS to correct errors. And I think NIMS is fully, has the authority to do that on their own, and they don't need our blessing as a general rule. So if I'm understanding, if they can proceed with a regular in-season rule instead of a correction rule, that's the most expeditious way to get this done. And so I think that's what I'm hearing, but I do want to hear confirmation from NIMS that as a matter of routine business, the council won't be requested to pass judgment on corrections.
Okay, well, we are talking about the GMT statement on this, so I guess, Kelly, you have any thoughts?
To the Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Remco. Mel did a fantastic job summarizing the exact reasons, and you are correct. We would not commonly come back to the council and ask you essentially to reaffirm a past decision. But in this case, it is simply an easier process to put this correction into an in-season action, and therefore we are asking for the council to consider that under this agenda item.
Thank you, Kelly. Marcy, back to you.
Yes, thank you, Kelly. That's extremely helpful. If I may continue with a few additional questions, Mr. Vice Chair?
Please.
Thank you. Okay, Mel. Down to table 1 and the Chinook salmon catch. Thank you so much for this table. I appreciate this being incorporated as a routine item in the in-season reports. I want to circle back to the question that Ms. Ames posed earlier and ask if it might be possible to incorporate EFP salmon bycatch information into this table 1 report. Is there an easy way to pull it out of PACFIN so that we might take care of the interest that Kelly raised in simplifying things, and maybe we don't need a report so often from NIMS on the EFP progress?
Yes, thank you for the question. I have to double check about what is in PACFIN, but I do get weekly emails from some folks at Pacific States where I get the detailed information from those EFP trips that you are speaking about, and I can pull that information into this table if the council wishes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mel. I was just looking for solutions, and maybe that's one. So, okay, then looking down to the short belly scorecard, just want to reiterate the thanks to PACFIN staff and to you for bringing this to us as a routine report in the in-season item. Then getting to the Appendix 1 and the catch projections for Sablefish DTL. I'm just double checking that you are presenting this information to us purely for our information, and that there's nothing suggested by it. I didn't see any action on Sablefish DTL, any request for adjustments to trip limits. So I'm just wanting to make sure that I understand why these graphics are included.
Yes, it's purely informational, just to give you a heads up on how we are tracking with our DTL fishery north and south of 36. No requests have been received. So it's just showing you where we at and the trajectory toward the target for each of those fisheries. And it's just, yep, purely informational.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. That's all, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Marcy. Okay, further discussions or questions? Further questions for the GMT? Actually, I have one. Mel, I noticed that under informational items, you mentioned that the only 5 vessels have landed less than 24 metric ton of sablefish since 2018. This is south of 36 degrees. Is that a typo, or is that correct? On page 2?
Yes.
Huh.
That it is not. I would have to double check that number, but I would say that the open access fisheries south of 36, there's not a whole lot of fish that gets landed down there, and there is activity. But I can ask Whitney, she ran these numbers. Maybe it could just be the amount of vessels participating in the fishery from January through April or through March is just a small amount of vessels. But yeah, there are few vessels south of 36 in the open access fishery that I can say.
Yeah. Well, I just looked at the 24 metric ton seems like a pretty low number since 2018. That's the way I read it. So
it is, but once there are better opportunities to get out on the water, I would suspect we'll see some more from them, given that we took off the 300-pound daily limit. So we may see some more activity from the south.
Yeah, we would certainly hope so. So, okay, very good. Thank you. I see Louis Zims, the hand is up. Louis?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Mel, for your statement. The weather's been lousy down here to get that far offshore for small boats, so you're absolutely correct. In response to the reg change, you're going to see more sablefish coming in from our area, but so far it's been really tough. Thank you.
Okay. No more hands. Okay. Thank you, Mel.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go to Whitney Roberts and GMT report 2. Whitney?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes. Checking that you can hear me.
We can.
Great. Okay. I will be reading supplemental GMT report 2 under this agenda item F6A, the Groundfish Management Team report on in-season adjustments regarding to the incidental lingcod in the salmon troll fishery. Industry representatives from the salmon troll fishery have requested an adjustment to the incidental lingcod trip limit in the salmon troll fishery north of 4010 degrees north latitude. The request is for 1 lingcod per 2 Chinook salmon plus 1 lingcod with an overall trip limit of 10 lingcod. The current ratio is 1 lingcod per 5 Chinook salmon with an overall trip limit of 10 lingcod. The Groundfish Management Team had lengthy and detailed discussions about this request and provides the following thoughts for consideration for the Pacific Fishery Management Council. The GMT feels the decisions on whether to address this request under in-season and whether to implement this request are policy calls for the Council, so do not provide recommendations on that. In response to the request for a change in the lingcod retention ratio, which is cited below in the footnote, and that would still be held to the 2,000 pounds per month north of 42 limit and 1,000 pounds per month between 42 and 4010. In the salmon troll fishery, the GMT had a robust discussion on the degree to which this action is appropriate for a routine in-season action. The GMT did not come to a definitive conclusion, but provides the following arguments for and against to inform Council discussion. So for the reasons to consider this request under routine in-season adjustments, number 1, conservation concerns. This action would impact at most 2 groundfish species, namely lingcod north of 4010 and yellow eye rockfish. Attainment of the lingcod north annual catch limit has remained low. Yellow eye rockfish mortality is unlikely to change, assuming the majority of retained lingcod by the salmon troll fishery will be incidental, not targeted catch. Economic benefits. Immediate economic needs due to both the COVID-19 pandemic and depressed salmon quotas and seasons, and rapid relief via potential additional economic opportunity could be provided by in-season action rather than waiting for the 2023-24 specification cycle. And lastly, this tiers off previous analyses. In other words, there are qualitative discussions of impacts of changes to the ratio made in the 2019 and 20 environmental assessment that may be applicable to this request, Updating the 2019-20 quantitative analysis can determine if a ratio adjustment outside that analyzed in the EA results remain within the scope of previous EA. And 2 years data from 2018 to 2019 of proxy observer data can further inform analyses. Under reasons not to consider this request under in-season, but by some other rulemaking, number 1, in terms of conservation concerns, there's an inability to assess impacts in season or post-season, and no ATSI observations and variation in completeness of state-level landings data result in little certainty in estimations. No projection models currently exist. In terms of economic benefit, the magnitude of potential economic benefits is unclear, it's difficult to quantify how many participants could and would take advantage of this potential opportunity. Number 3, potentially outside previous analyses. The proposed ratio is outside the range considered in the 2019-20 biennial action, and in-season actions ideally require minimal analysis to ensure that the GMT can efficiently assess and respond to requests that are added to the larger workload. If requests are beyond the scope of previous analyses, their inclusion into an in-season action may be difficult to assess given time constraints. Lastly, in terms of equitability, changing management measures that may increase the mortality estimates for fish taken off the top of the ACL may impact other sectors. The rapidity of in-season action limits input from those other sectors. Benefits may not be realized evenly or equitably, even though the retention ratios for salmon trawlers north of 4010. If another process were used, these actions could be further analyzed. Under summary of methods and conclusions, using similar methodologies from the 2019-20 EA, updated with additional data on landings in the salmon troll fishery and observer data from other troll groundfish fisheries for recent years, the GMT concluded that there is considerable uncertainty in estimating how this action might change fishing behavior and to quantitatively estimate what the impacts might be. Based on public comment from salmon trawlers, additional targeting of lingcod is unlikely due to both concern over loss of gear when fishing over pinnacles or other rocky bottom habitat, and the considerably lower price per pound of lingcod compared to Chinook salmon. The GMT also analyzed changes in lingcod retention after the previous ratio adjustment and found no evidence that a further increase will result in targeting of lingcod by salmon trawlers. However, potential future behavior changes in response to ratio adjustments remain uncertain. Under a ratio of 1 lingcod per 2 Chinook salmon, total lingcod mortality, in other words, 5.6 to 11.5 metric tons, by the incidental open access fishery is anticipated to remain within the 11.68 metric ton IOA set aside as shown in the Appendix 1, Table 1. Under a ratio of 1 lingcod per 2 Chinook salmon, and assuming lingcod is targeted in the salmon troll fishery, the expected additional yellow eye rockfish mortality is minimal, in other words, 0.017 metric tons, and within the adopted 2021-22 yellow eye rockfish IOA set aside of 0.69 metric tons, as also shown in Appendix 1, Table 5. And I will pause there to note that, as you can see, the rest of the document is the Appendix 1, the analysis tiered from 2019-20 EA. I will pause to say that if the council wishes, I'm happy to read the entire Appendix 1, but for the sake of time and process, I want to see if that is the wish, or alternatively, I'm happy to come back during council discussion, depending on the council's discussion and decision around the eligibility of this as an in-season action.
Okay, with that, I'll look to the council to see if they'd like to have Whitney continue with the appendix or not. Corey Niles. Corey?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Whitney. Thank you for putting this together. So let me just, on that question of whether we should or ask you to read the rest of the 7 pages here. I guess one at a time. I think the next 7 pages basically support the conclusions that you have there at the end of page 2. That's a correct understanding of what the material is doing.
Is that a question for me? Oh, okay. Thank you, Corey, Mr. Niles, for the question through the Vice Chair. Yes, those are the takeaways from the analysis that the GMT concluded, and that's why we provide them on that second page of the body of the report to try to summarize what we concluded from looking at the analysis. And there are some other components in the analysis, including, for example, how many salmon trawlers are hitting their ratio maximum allowance, as well as the 10 lingcod trip limit that we did not provide in that bulleted list. But in terms of risk to lingcod and yellow eye, yes, that's correct.
Corey?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. If I was in your position, Winnie, I couldn't do this, but if instead of reading it all, if you wanted to hit some highlight, Kelly's hand went up here, so maybe you have time to think about that one. But just another quick summary of what I think the team is saying is, and I'm just gonna have to say, I think I'm a little confused about what the team is saying here, and it seems to be coming up with mixing up the questions of whether we should be talking about it now during in season versus whether we should recommend the change or not. And so I think it seems that you're the team. So I guess the conclusion I'm taking away, you saying it's a policy call for the council to make a recommendation to NIMS. It's a different matter what NIMS will think, but you say it's a council's policy call, but here's some pros and cons. Here's the differences in views among the team on what they would do if they were council members, more or less.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Niles, for the question through the vice chair. To try to get at that, I will say, yes, that's a fair assessment of how the conversation played out yesterday afternoon. As some additional context, as we were sort of wrapping up this analysis, one conclusion that we list in the summary of methods and conclusion, the number one conclusion is that there is some considerable uncertainty in fisheries that are unobserved, and it is not typical for the groundfish management team to analyze and make a recommendation on in-season action for unobserved fisheries where we have little data. And so considering that was raised yesterday afternoon, and we had done a lot of this analysis, we thought it was in the best interest of the council to provide it in full, but also note the considerations for whether this is appropriate or eligible under in-season or not. And yeah, we do see that as a policy call, but I would also defer to NIMS, and I know you mentioned Kelly as her hand up, I would defer to NIMS on addressing maybe more definitively whether this is eligible for waiving notice and rulemaking, and that's not something the GMT was advised that we needed to definitively say, and we were advised that it is not our call to make, which is why we don't comment definitively on that.
Okay. Kelly Ames. Kelly?
To the Vice Chair, thank you, Whitney, for the report, and to the GMT for such detail here. I just was curious in the discussions, did the GMT consider all of the other changes that are going on that could influence yellow eye catches in total? So if I recall correctly, in 2021, there were some changes to the YRCAs in Washington. Also, we had some non-trawl RCA adjustments. And I just was curious if the GMT considered the sum total uncertainty, if you will, in yellow eye impacts in 2021.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Ms. Ames, for the question. I will say that that discussion was not as explicit as the way that you put it in the GMT, but note that in Table 5 of the Appendix 1, we do provide the estimated mortality that was part of the 2021-22 biennial harvest specifications and management measures analysis. And for the total IOA estimated mortality, that is 8.04, and it includes directed Pacific halibut as well as other incidental fisheries, including the salmon troll. And for other incidental fisheries, including salmon troll, that number of estimated mortality of yellow eye rockfish bycatch or yellow eye rockfish is 0.62. And like I said, that number is pulled from the 21-22 biennial management measures analysis. And so that incorporates any of those estimated mortality from any of those adjustments that you just mentioned, which were part of the specs package, including removing the yellow eye rockfish conservation areas off Washington. So we did consider the estimated mortality that was provided during that analysis and how this ratio adjustment may fit into the picture of that total estimated mortality from those management measure changes. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thanks for that, Kelly. Corey Niles. Corey?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Whitney. And maybe, again, I was wondering if Kelly was going to ask you to read the whole thing, but in lieu of that, maybe if I could just ask a couple of questions on the appendix, and on if you could skip to table 4 and the discussion there. And on Kelly's question, I don't think she was suggesting this, but to be clear, the changes off Washington, the YRCAs were to the recreational fishery, which has a whole different harvest guideline than we're talking about in terms of this set aside. But can you talk us through a little bit about the observer data that we do have, and what it says? What does Table 5 say? What does Table 4 say? In terms of the scenario, this isn't perfect observer data, but it tells us something. And yeah, short of having you read it, maybe you could summarize that a little bit more on how you looked at the yellow eye bycatch.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Niles, for the question. Yeah, I'm happy to sort of summarize the yellow eye rockfish consideration section. So as you say, we don't have observer data for the salmon troll fishery. And in lieu of that, to get a best estimate, we looked at a proxy fishery using WITGOP data in the open access fixed gear sectors, and only looking at hulls that used trawl gear to target lingcod to try to get as close as possible to what the salmon troll fishery may be. And we used the average bycatch ratio from that fishery from 2018 and 2019. And this is because the number of observed hulls significantly increased in 2018. And as we note in the text, that is due to changes in the selectivity of WITGOP observations. And so having a significantly higher sample size, we thought that was a good estimate to use compared to 2017 and before. And so that gives us a 0.003 bycatch ratio, which is what you see in Table 4. And then we applied that to average lingcod retention for 2018 to 2020 by salmon trollers to get an estimated impact of 0.017 metric tons. And in order to compare that to our estimated mortality in Table 5, we added that 0.017 metric ton number to the 0.62 metric ton estimated mortality without a ratio change, and essentially said that, with a ratio change, the potential impacts are likely to be very minimally higher than what it was already estimated in the 21-22 specifications and management measures analysis. And also noting that in 2019, the total mortality estimate of 0.43 was, which largely was due to the directed Pacific halibut fishery, was thought to be an outlier and therefore not adopted as the historic high for the set aside for 21 and 22. And so to circle back to the conclusion that we drew, that all gives us the conclusion that the expected additional yellow eye rockfish mortality is minimal and within the adopted yellow eye rockfish IOA set aside or estimated mortality amount of, the IOA set aside of 0.69 metric tons, not taking into consideration that anomalous year of directed Pacific halibut. So I hope that kind of summarizes, but happy to answer any questions about that section. And I also have some colleagues from the GMT on here who work with me through the WITGOP data. If there are any questions about WITGOP data, who I may be able to phone a friend for more detailed data related questions, but I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you, Whitney. Further questions for the GMT? Back to Corey. Corey?
Yeah, thanks, Whitney. Thanks for that. That was a great overview. Thank you. And just, I would point people to, I think, your report 1, appendix 2 for where that 0.6 or 0.017 fits into the grander scheme of yellow eye harvest guidelines and whatnot. That was in report 1, appendix 2, I think it is. But yeah, and if I could, just one more, sorry, if Marcy would indulge me here, but just, again, in lieu of having you read the report, and I just lost my place, but I thought maybe you could talk about table 3 in your report 2, and which has the table of Chinook landings and lingcod landings and the revenues there. If you might talk a little bit about that, that would be appreciated.
Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Niles, for the question. Also happy to try to summarize that as well. And so, like I said in the reading the report earlier, we looked at some fluctuations of landings and revenue for Chinook salmon and lingcod, which are shown in Table 3. We also provided, as a reference, the ratio allowed to show that adjustment in 2019 to 1 per 5 Chinook. And just right off the bat, you can see that the percentage of revenue from lingcod did significantly increase after that ratio adjustment, but still recognizing that the percentage of revenue from lingcod is still less than 0.5%. So from that, we drew the conclusion that this allowance for lingcod may be a significant and important part of some vessels portfolio, but is still not significant enough to suggest that there is active targeting in the fishery, considering the amount of revenue that comes from Chinook salmon, the difference in price, and as I said before, the risk to their gear. And we've heard the same thing from industry that, taking all these things into consideration, they're not targeting. And from that, we also noticed a trend from that table. We also noticed a trend in the Chinook landings, as you can see, from 26 beyond until 2020, landings have been less than 400 metric tons, which is lower than the lowest year during the period of 2011 to 2015. While lingcod landings, on the other hand, have sort of fluctuated, but with no clear trend. And we provided a number 3 hypotheses that could explain that. It's something like this is difficult for us to definitively explain, but based on some discussions in the GMT and input from industry members, we provided some possible explanations for what could be going on there. And, hypothesis number 1 is that they could be experiencing lingcod at a higher rate because of the increasing stock abundance and spawning biomass. Hypothesis 2 is that the catch per unit effort could be low for salmon and therefore more amount of time for their gear on the water to encounter lingcod. And then the third hypothesis is that they are targeting. But as we said, that doesn't seem to be very clearly the case. And then alternatively, there could be a combination of explanations for this trend. And I think that's as much as I can say that we derived from that table. And yeah, I'll stop there and hope that summarized it effectively.
Thank you, Whitney. Marcy Yarimko. Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Whitney, for the detailed overview. I have a few questions on the actual report. Up on page 1, under routine considerations, under item 1, you have a statement here that says yellow eye rockfish mortality is unlikely to change, assuming the majority of retained lingcod will be incidental, not targeted catch. what is intended by the word majority?
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Ms. Remco, for the question. I think the word majority, so this was also compiled fairly quickly by the GMT, and so, you know, some of the, I would not read too much into certain words in this section. We did not have a significant amount of time to really dig down into the meaning of certain words and how they could paint a certain picture. But I would say that the word majority here is meant to support what I just said out of our conclusions, that it appears that if you look at the graph figure 1, there is a fairly steady amount of vessels using troll gear to land both Chinook and lingcod. And so that is a fairly small proportion, despite that decline in Chinook vessels using troll gear to land Chinook. But even within that proportion of vessels just landing lingcod, it's not clear to the GMT that the majority of those vessels are targeting lingcod because of the, as I said, the risk, the price differential, and a number of other factors listed out in the report. I hope that answers your question, but again, I wouldn't look too much into the very specificity of some of the words here. It's really just to paint a picture of maybe different considerations for and against.
Marcy?
Yes, if I may continue. Yeah, I think I took in summary that what you're saying is there's not a lot of information, and so you don't have good reason to believe one way or other. But then moving to page 2, at the very end, under item 4, statement, and this is a GMT conclusion. Number 4, under a ratio of 1 lingcod per 2 Chinook salmon, and assuming lingcod is targeted in the salmon troll fishery, the expected additional yellow eye rockfish mortality is minimal. So that looks to me like a pretty clear statement that the GMT assumed lingcod is being targeted. So can you please clarify what is meant by that statement?
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Ms. Remco, for the question. Sure. So as I was doing this analysis, while also thinking a lot about gear switching, I considered the similarities between this analysis and the analysis provided by the council staff under the gear switching agenda item. And really our intention here was to say that it is unclear to the GMT a definitive number or proportion of targeting that may be occurring in this fishery. However, if we were to set a maximum boundary on the potential impacts by assuming that every single salmon trawler is targeting lingcod, this is the amount of impact to yellow eye rockfish that would be under that hypothetical scenario. We are not in this number 4 conclusion stating that we do conclude that there is that lingcod is targeted in the salmon troll fishery. It is simply for the purpose of analyses to provide a hypothetical bound of if every salmon trawler were to target lingcod, because of the WCAP data we were using does target lingcod. That is the assumption that we had to make in analyzing that data. I hope that is clear. Does that answer?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Whitney. I guess I would note that in the tiered analysis excerpt that you appended, there is a detailed discussion beginning on page 4 about indicators of lingcod targeting. So it would seem reasonable to me that the GMT acknowledged the likelihood of lingcod targeting because the EA already talked about it. So that's just an observation that the groundwork has been laid already in the analytical document about the potential for targeting of lingcod in this supposedly incidental fishery. So no questions on that. I just note that, this wouldn't have been the first time that this mention has come up. So thank you. That does complete my questions.
Thank you, Marcy. Butch Smith. Butch.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Marcy, for all your great questions, and Whitney for this report. I do have a little bit of background in this since this started in about 2018. From my perspective and from working with the fishermen, the Washington trollers on this, not too much incentive to stop and target on lingcod. The fact is that this council has done a historical task in recovering a lot of groundfish, since the 90s, and lingcod is, the glowing, one of the glowing results of that. We're catching lingcod on our salmon gear, and from time to time trolling, less than 12 feet or less down with rocks 20 miles away. So there is definitely a boom in the lingcod, and I think the price variation doesn't give much reward to stop trolling for salmon to get lingcod. I've known cases where you'll have Chinook on their bottom two lines, and lingcod will be, the up 10 feet above those. So it is just definitely of a case to, take this abundance that they're running into and have kind of a bonus while they're fishing for salmon. And I think I appreciate, the worst case scenarios, which the GMT have got to do. But I just, in this case, I just don't see that as being the case. It just, the reward and the benefit aren't there to the trollers to do that. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Whitney, for your great report.
Okay, thank you, Butch. Further questions for the GMT? Okay, Corey Niles. Corey?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Sorry, just one more quick one here. And Whitney, on page 2, under number 1, the A there, the reference to variation and completeness of state level landings data. I think I know what you all mean there, but I just want to make sure that you're talking about that California and Oregon don't report their Chinook or the lingcod in numbers of fish. They report it in weights, and maybe just to pack fin, but which to me, that's not a completeness thing. I don't believe it's a requirement in those states. But is that what you mean, that it's only reported in weight, not in the numbers of fish?
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Niles, for the question. I just want to be clear that I'm looking at the same part as you. You said page 2, number 2A, under economic benefit of reasons not to consider.
Sorry, I might have said number 2, but I meant number 1 on page 2. So where it says conservation concerns,
okay,
ability to assess impacts in season or post season, which okay. I would not now, but disagree with. But then the next sentence is no at-sea observations and variation and completeness of state level landings data. So is that completeness of state level landing data I was talking about? And again, is that just because the numbers of fish aren't in there in PACFIN?
Thank you. Yeah, I think that is what that sentence is suggesting. And I'll also add that in the analysis, when we looked at the proportion of vessels hitting against their ratio and trip limit maximum. We also noted that there is a variation in state data and how it's reported. So I believe you are correct in that assessment.
Okay, Corey, you done?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Got the letter in my hand.
Okay, further question. Yeah, thanks, Matt. Further questions for the GMT? Okay. Well, we went a little longer than I thought we were going to, and I did have too much coffee this morning, so we're going to break now for 10 minutes, and we'll come back to the gap statement. So we will see you then. I said 10 minutes, so I'm at 10:05 officially.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll get started here shortly. Okay, and we're back. Currently on F6 and looking to the gap report and Gary Richter. Gary?
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Good morning.
Be reading from agenda item F6A, Supplemental Gap Report 1. Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Consideration of In-Season Adjustments for 2021. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel met with the Groundfish Management Team to discuss progress of this year's fishery and possible in-season adjustments. The GMT discussion was led by Ms. Melissa Mandrup, and the GAP offers the following recommendations and comments on proposed in-season adjustments to ongoing groundfish fisheries. First, for retention of incidental lingcod north of 4010 north latitude in the salmon troll fishery. Industry representatives from the salmon troll fishery have requested an adjustment to the incidental lingcod trip limit in the salmon troll fishery. That request is for 1 lingcod per 2 Chinook salmon plus 1 lingcod with a trip limit of 10 lingcod. The trip limit of 10 lingcod is status quo. Having discussed the issue thoroughly, the GAP is supportive of that request. And once again, you see that trip limit below there. 1 lingcod per 2 Chinook salmon plus 1 lingcod with a trip limit of 10 lingcod. And last, 2021-2022 biennial harvest specifications and management measures. The GAP supports the GMT proposal to correct through an in-season action a typographical error of a correction to the 2021-2022 biennial harvest specifications and management measure rule that was published on March 18th, 2021. And once adopted by the Council, that corrected boundary for the non-trawl RCA south of 3427 north latitude will be from 100 to 150 fathoms. That will be consistent with the Council action taken under the 2021-2022 Harvest Specifications and Management Measures agenda item. That completes our GAP statement, Mr. Vice Chair. Be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Gary. Questions for Gary? I see Kelly Ames. Kelly?
To the Vice Chair, good morning, Gary. Would have asked this of the SAS, but I don't believe they have a report here under the in-season recommendation. But I am curious if the GAP discussed or had any information on the timing of the in-season request for the salmon troll fishery.
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chairman Kelly, no, we did not. So that is a good question. That's a very good question.
Okay. Marcy Rimko. Marcy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Gary. Your report references that the GAP had a thorough discussion on this issue. I note that the substance of the request has changed since I think we first became aware of it back in March when it was reported to us, I think in the new management measures agenda item, or maybe it was agenda planning. I'm not sure, but I know that we did hear something about this back in March. I think the substance has changed. Originally, I think the request was for 15 fish. And now the request is to stick with the status quo max of 10, but change the ratio requirement from 5 to 2. I'm hoping you can tell us a little bit about the discussion surrounding the ratio requirement and if you acknowledged that a new ratio of 1 to 5 was just set in the specifications process. So we have a new rule that will be governing incidental take with the new ratio requirement that just came to be. So we've gone from a ratio of 1 to, I think, I can't remember, it was higher, but we went from something higher to 1 to 5 and now 1 to 2. So I'm hoping you can talk to us a little about the GAP's discussion on the ratio.
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chairman, and getting feedback there. Mr. Vice Chairman and Marcy, yeah, we really didn't talk about the ratio per se. We did talk about that trip limit, and I'm thinking that had we stuck with that 15 fish trip limit, there would have been issues. That was a focus of our first discussion in the GAP. We had two separate discussions on this. We were asking questions about observer coverage, VMS coverage, whether this was truly an incidental fishery or a targeted fishery. And it seemed to me some of the discussion in that first discussion in the GAP, folks were concerned had we stuck with that 15 fish trip limit, it would have actually been considered a targeted fishery in the eyes of several of the GAP members. I don't think we even talked about the 1 to 2 because we were more comfortable with that 10 fish total bag, total trip limit, whatever. But like I said, had it been 15 fish, it probably would have been problematic. Second discussion we had in the GAP was more on potential implications to yellow eye bycatch. Obviously, that's a concern of the GAP. And we had some input from our recreational and charter boat folks from Washington on the GAP. And they were kind of reassuring, to be honest with you, especially the charter boat representative. He wasn't as concerned about bycatch of yellow eye. It seemed like the fisheries are in different depths and stuff up there. I did a lot of fishing back in my day out of Westport and stuff with Kenny Culver and Paul Morani and stuff. And I remember us targeting yellow eye when we were still able to do it. And it was in a totally different depth strata and bottom topography than where we caught the lingcod up there. So a lot of us were comfortable with what the charter boat representative had to give to us information-wise, and it kind of swung the pendulum, to be honest with you, to where the GAP is supportive of this. I kind of went roundabout, but I really can't speak to the 1 to 2 ratio, Marcy. I don't think we really had a thorough discussion on that.
Marcy?
Thank you, Gary. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Marcy.
Yep. Thanks, Marcy. Further questions of the GAP? Okay. Thanks, Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, that takes us to public comment, and we have one sign up. It'd be Steve Wilson. Steve, are you there? I believe you're muted.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger, council members and staff. Welcome to tax day, April 14th, or at least it has been that, but due to in-season management, that's changed too. My name is Steve Wilson, and I appreciate this opportunity to bring before you a much smaller in-season request, or at least initially I thought it was going to be smaller. You may recall from the March meeting that Ms. Yaramko just referenced that salmon trollers north of the 4010 line asked for two things: an increase of lingcod per trip from 15 to 5, or excuse me, from 15 down to 10, and a change in the lingcod to salmon Chinook salmon ratio from 1 to 5 down to 1 to 2. You heard at that time supplemental reports from the GMT and the SAS. And upon advice from the, discussions, so to speak, in the hallway with the GAP and the GMT, the trollers have since amended that request to leave the number of lingcod status quo at 10 and only consider changing the ratio. Now comes April, and to be honest, I'm flabbergasted. First of all, we appreciate the continuing support of the SAS since the March supplemental report, but we're overwhelmed by the amount of discussion this has created in the GAP and the GMT. We do sincerely appreciate the support of GAP supplemental report 1. And the lengthy discussion in the GMT is evidenced by their 9-page supplemental report you heard Whitney read from earlier. And as I see it, the GMT is in a situation where they are data poor through no fault of their own, because when it comes to lingcod retention in our industry, we don't have the observers. Their frustration is understandable, very understandable. But their approach is very professional. I've been homeschooling, helping to homeschool a grandson of mine in California in their 5th grade math. And if he doesn't have the X number and the Y number, it's very difficult to find a spot in the graph. So I understand the GMT's concern and frustration. It's difficult to understand how changing the ratio and not the overall take of lingcod can cause such concern. In their report summary, the GMT item 3 concluded that the ratio change, quote, is anticipated to remain within the 11.68 metric ton open access set aside, end quote. And in item 4 recognizes that, quote, the expected yellow eye rockfish mortality is minimal, that being 0.017 metric tons, and within the adopted 2021-22 yellow eye rockfish open access set aside, end quote. Without observer data, the GMT is understandably concerned. I'm going to save my voice for questions I anticipate. But before I conclude, I wanted to recognize the staff and the sub-panel members who've patiently considered this. First of all, the SAS for years has been under the great leadership of Butch Smith. And Butch, you'd be happy to know you've left it in the very capable hands of Richard Heap. In working through this process outside of the salmon world, I've been made to feel welcome in the GAP and the GMT venues. This council is blessed by these dedicated staff and their sub-panel members. Like our SAS, they really play well together and made me feel at ease. And so thank you all for that. With that, I'll welcome your questions.
Thank you, Steve. Question for Steve on his testimony. I see Kelly Ames. Kelly?
To the Vice Chair, good morning, Mr. Wilson. I do wish we were here in person because your voice is familiar, but I'm having difficulty putting a face to a voice, but do appreciate your thoughtful comments here this morning. I did wonder if you could help me better understand the timing needs with request to this in-season action, how the salmon troll fishery progresses, and how a change in the limits relates to the timing of your fishery.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Ames. Our fishery is not a year-long fishery. It's an abbreviated fishery. Oregon has already begun trolling, and north of the 4010 line, and Washington still hasn't determined what their season is going to look like. So we in Washington will be hopefully beginning May 1st and going through the month of September, but that final action is yet to be held. I'm not sure, Ms. Ames, I'm answering the question you're asking, but we don't, well, maybe I should stop there and ask for clarification.
Kelly?
Your response was sufficient. Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Okay. Thanks, Kelly. Phil Anderson? Phil?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning, Steve. I had two questions for you, Steve. One has to do with, the questions around targeting and I'm just, envisioning your operation and others that are in the troll fishery and the configuration of your gear and the susceptibility to gear loss if you're in rocky habitat and you've got your cannonball too close to the bottom and the potential for losing gear. So I'm just wanted to ask you a little bit about the concerns, or at least I interpreted them to be concerns that this will be a targeted fishery. And there's been some reference to stopping and stuff like that. It seems to me you guys generally do about 2 or 2.3 knots or something. So could you just speak a little bit to us about whether this is truly an incidental type of a request to fulfill the incidental encounters you get with lingcod versus some sort of an effort to target on them?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Anderson, through the chair. Yeah, Phil, we've heard the term targeting used quite a bit, and while as we know each other, I cannot put my hand on a Bible and say that there are not salmon trollers out there who get close to their salmon allocation and go to areas where there are known habitats for lingcod. I can't do that. I will say, anybody that does that, especially if they slow down to even stop, that's illegal. Salmon trollers may not stop while trolling salmon. They must be in motion. And as far as the rationale for, or not the rationale, but the response to the word targeting, our cannonballs at the bottom of our line cost anywhere from $150 to $250 each, and the associated gear above them. It's not worth losing that kind of valuable resource, that cannonball, not to mention the time it takes to retool up your line and get it back in the water again. I shouldn't quote Chris Cameron on the gallows point, but I will. I wish I had a microphone and a recorder to hear him say on the ocean, can somebody tell me how to get away from these lingcod? Thanks to this council and the measures they've taken to recover that resource, we find, as Mr. Smith mentioned earlier, we find them everywhere, and not just on the bottom, but all up and down the water column. So it's to say we're targeting them, we don't have to. Thank you.
And then just one more question. Yeah, thanks. I'm not going to call you Mr. Wilson, and please call me Phil. Steve, the other question I had was, the ratio and the rationale, for changing the ratio from 1:5 to 1:2. And my assumption has been that, there are times when it's scratch fishing, and there, it isn't, and I know that. So my understanding, at least one of the reasons for change in the ratio, is that when you have scratch fishing, and you are encountering some lingcod associated with that the part of the rationale, at least for changing the ratio, is to allow you to retain some of those lingcod that you wouldn't otherwise be able to retain with the higher ratio when you've got that, when you're scratching for fish. And I'm wondering, do I have that correct?
Through the chair, thank you, Phil. Thank you. Yes, you have that correct. And I wonder if you've been looking at my fish tickets. The scratch fishery is not always just the fish are unavailable to us, but weather sometimes forces us off before we would like to end our trip. And so there's a couple of reasons why we want to be able to retain these lingcod as we catch our salmon in small numbers to greater financial benefit. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see, Kelly Ames. Kelly?
Sorry, I forgot to lower my hand.
I thought that might be the case. Marcy Rimko. Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for speaking with us today, Mr. Wilson. Just a question for you on your operation and your mention of the commercial salmon seasons, and that will define the scope of your fishing activities. I'm just curious, now that you've sat in on some meetings of the GAP and have some understanding of the other groundfish fisheries throughout the West Coast. I'm wondering if what you would think about an opportunity off Washington to participate in an open access fishery, directed fishery for lingcod. That's not currently available to you right now, but that does allow targeted lingcod fishing opportunities that are independent of salmon troll activities. That's how we have our fishery structured off of California. So I guess I'm just wondering from you what your thoughts are generally about the lingcod resource in light of the fact you just mentioned how abundant it is, and what appears to be interest on your part in making additional revenue from lingcod fishing activity.
Yeah, through the chair, thank you very much for the question, Ms. Yaramko. I held a salmon troll license in California for 4 years. Thoroughly enjoyed my time down there, meeting such great individuals as Dan Platt, who sits on the GAP, and others. I think the direction the salmon troll industry is going is the need for diversification. Right now, open access, any and all salmon trollers, Washington, Oregon, that retain groundfish must maintain a VMS unit, an active VMS unit on their vessels. And there have been times in the past where when salmon's opportunities have been so restricted, and much like what Oregon experiences with weeks off and weeks on, the desire is to fill in that time by going out and using their open access allowances to pick up the groundfish. In Washington, I'm speaking personally, I'm looking probably down the road where I may have to do that as we continue to struggle with maintaining salmon runs on the coast in Puget Sound and Columbia River and so forth. So it looks like we are down the road going to have to diversify. I appreciate your questions, Ms. Yaramko. I kind of look forward to them. Thank you. Hope that answered you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Wilson. Yes, that answers my question entirely. Appreciate your perspective.
Thanks, Marcy. Further questions for Steve? Okay. Thanks, Steve. And that finishes public comment, which brings us to council action before you. And now we'll entertain discussion. Motions. Marcy Rimko. Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Maybe we'll take care of the easy part of this first. I have provided a motion to Chris and Sandra.
Okay.
Thank you. I move the council adopt the GMT recommendation described in agenda item F6A supplemental GMT report 1 regarding the modification needed to the RCA language in trip limit table 2.
Okay, does the language on the screen accurately reflect your motion?
Yes, it does.
Looking for a second. Second by Mark Grolnick, or Chair Grolnick. Marcy, speak to your motion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just real quickly, I want to acknowledge and appreciate the work of the GMT in bringing this housekeeping item to us, and the very nice suggestion on the part of NIMS that this is the most expedient pathway forward. I appreciate them thinking about that. We do need this change made. And so I appreciate them putting some thought into how this can get done most readily. So appreciate the discussion on that point.
Okay, very good. Questions for Marcy on her motion or discussion about it? Okay, Marcy, your hand's still up.
Sorry.
No problem. Okay. Seeing no hands, so I will call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Okay. Thank you, Marcy. Okay. Further discussion? Corey Niles. Corey?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I think I'll just start off with some discussion and engage where other council members are. I'll start off by saying I think that we are supportive of adjusting the salmon troll and cod allowance as we've been discussing this agenda item, and adjusting it from one per 5 down to 1 per 2. Really appreciate the efforts of the GMT to produce the analysis and have the discussion. I'm still a bit unclear on the debate they're having on whether this qualifies as in season or not. But that aside, I guess I will, and maybe heads up that a question is coming to NIMS's way here. Yeah, my understanding doing this in season actions over time, there are 2 main factors in play. One is whether the impacts have been analyzed sufficiently, adequately or not. The second, and I think this is what Ms. Ames's questions were getting at, was the waiver of notice and comments. And I'm not going to try to repeat those, the factors there, but it's something to do with having the benefit of the change going into place outweighing the need and benefits of public notice and rule of notice and comment rulemaking. So I guess question for you, Kelly, is do I have that understanding? Is have the impacts been considered and analyzed in the past? And what is the rationale for notice and comment, waiver of notice and comment, excuse me?
Kelly?
To the Vice Chair, thanks, Mr. Niles, for the question. And I do have some thoughts that I'd like to share, which encompass both the APA and NEPA requirements. So first, I just want to start off by saying I really appreciate the GMT's detailed analysis of the measure. And I wanted to highlight that when interest in adjusting the ratio was initially raised, we noted that it would be most helpful to have the analysis in sufficient time so that we could evaluate whether the legal requirements, which include, both NEPA and APA associated with the in-season actions, had been met. We did follow the discussion through the GMT, through our NIMS members on the GMT. However, we really were waiting for the final analysis to be presented, which didn't come until last night. And so, frankly, we just have not had sufficient time to have the discussions to make a determination to tell you whether those legal requirements have been met and this action is eligible for an in-season item. And I want to be clear that, my statement here is not to lay blame on the GMT. I absolutely understand and appreciate the challenges of working through this proposal. I'm just simply noting how the timing of the final analysis affected our ability to have a final determination in time for you this morning. And this is also not to say that we have had many side emails going on this issue, and appreciate the feedback I have received from my NIMS and General Counsel colleagues. However, I have been on the council floor during this time and have not been able to follow all of that dialogue. But to summarize here for you all, understanding whether the impacts of the in-season adjustment has been previously disclosed in past NEPA documents is difficult for this request because of the lack of at-sea monitoring in the salmon troll fishery and the variation and completeness of the state-level landings data. The GMT discussed this in their report too. It's also difficult to determine when changes to the ratio result in changes in behavior that could result in targeting, which would then potentially result in impacts outside of those previously disclosed in a NEPA document. So since we haven't had time to really go through in detail the record of the 1920 EIS analysis and compare it to the information brought forward by the GMT, it is possible that if the council made a recommendation on this in-season adjustment, that we could later determine that it does require additional NEPA and potentially even a proposed and final rule if we do not find that the APA good cause waiver for prior notice and comment has been met. If we do need additional NEPA or need a proposed and final rule, you know, we would want to know pretty clearly from the council today where this would fit on your groundfish priorities. Regarding NEPA, I haven't had the opportunity to discuss with Mr. Tracy, but given the NIMS workload, I would not anticipate we would be able to close any, answer any additional questions from the 1920 analysis that would be needed to support this action. So we would be looking for council staff to assist in that development of the additional NEPA. And with regard to rulemaking, even if we receive the APA good cause waiver on prior notice and comment, so meaning we don't have to go down the route of a proposed and final rule, given the NEPA question here, it's likely we would have to put this measure into a separate in-season action because we wouldn't want to hold up the other items in season while we address this NEPA question. And so everyone is clear, when we proceed to implement the motion that was just passed on the RCA adjustments, we also intend to include in that in-season rulemaking the halibut retentions in the primary sablefish fishery. And so, you know, I wouldn't want to hold up that in-season action while we are continuing to look at the record on the NEPA for the salmon troll adjustment if it is recommended by the council.
Corey? Okay.
Sorry, I was looking for my mute button. I was a couple hands went off. I was just asking about the two criteria. Kelly spoke to those.
Okay, so your hand's still up.
I have responses, but I'll yield to Chuck and Phil there.
Okay. Chuck, I see your hand up.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Just wanted to circle back with Kelly on her response. So you mentioned the NEPA, the burden of doing additional NEPA analysis and the workload issues between whether the region or the council staff would need to do that. So let me just get that clear. So were you speaking of if additional NEPA is needed, or were you talking about or were you talking about to determine if additional NEPA is needed when you were referring to the need for council staff to be available to help with?
For the Vice Chair, Mr. Tracy, it would be the first one you mentioned. If additional NEPA is needed, we would need assistance in preparing that NEPA to support the action.
Thanks. And then just to follow up, Mr. Vice Chair. So that's a question that hasn't been answered yet, and so we won't know the answer to that till presumably NIMS has a closer look at the specs analysis to determine if additional NEPA is needed. Do I have that right then?
To the Vice Chair, Mr. Tracy, yes, as well as, you know, we would take into account the information presented today by the GMT, the discussions under public comment. So we would use the record here at this meeting as well in that determination.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chuck, you good? You good? See your hands down. So, okay. Okay, Phil Anderson. Phil?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I have a question for Kelly. And I will preface this with, this is not directed at you, Kelly, but this is one of those times when what is seemingly a fairly straightforward action turns into a quagmire caused by, in large part, our process that frustrates me. But that aside, I'm also not interested in trying to push this issue through a knothole that creates all kinds of problems for anyone, any of us, NIMS or the council staff or state staff. I am supportive of the action. I think the question is, for me, the timing of the action. And if we can, so here comes my question is, if we looked toward 2022 as the year that we would try to get this in place, would that make getting over some of these hurdles in the short term and have less potential impact on workload associated with other higher priority items possible? So just trying to understand a little bit, understanding that, the question, the analysis about whether additional NEPA is needed and all those kinds of things could be done, but at a slower pace, and giving us an opportunity then to consider this at a later date with the hope, I'll say, of getting it in place in 2022 instead of 2021.
Kelly?
To the Vice Chair, Mr. Anderson, I understand how the process can be frustrating, so I appreciate those concerns. If the council is interested in this measure, we could certainly talk about the appropriate council process and whether there's additional NEPA needed to support the action. So that is something we could certainly discuss.
Okay. Phil, you good?
As good as I can be.
Okay. All right. Marcy, you're up. Go. Marcy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm thinking back to exactly 1 year ago in the April 2020 in-season agenda item. And as I recall, this shoe was on my foot last year. And we had a very similar set of circumstances in that we were interested in proposing some RCA line changes as a matter of an in-season action. And we could not get a definitive answer at the time from NIMS, similar to the situation that I see here in front of us. I think that Kelly, as well as the NIMS staff involved in these discussions, have made very clear to us that they just don't know yet if this proposal is in bounds or out of bounds, and it will take some time to figure that out. And that's almost verbatim what I had heard from Asia back a year ago. And so I think in that case, we considered the action under in-season with the recognition that if the council forwarded a proposal NIMS would undertake its normal review using its normal standard for in-season actions and make that determination as to whether the proposal is in bounds or out of bounds. So I think where I'm looking for some clarification from Kelly maybe is that in this mention of additional NEPA necessary, that to me would not suggest an in-season action, but that some other type of action would be required. So maybe I'm not characterizing this quite right or understanding it quite right, but I would understand that if we were pursuing this as in season, it's a yes or no, and then if the answer is no, then we would have other opportunities to consider other vehicles to make adjustments, such as through the biennial specifications. So maybe Kelly can elaborate. Thank you.
Back to you, Kelly.
To the Vice Chair, Mr. Renko. So, the in-season requirements are, we rely upon past NEPA analysis to support in-season changes. Additionally, in-season actions rely upon the ability to receive the APA good cause waiver for prior notice and comment. So I know that sounds like a lot of mumbo jumbo, but those are the two pieces that really are key to understanding whether something is eligible for in-season. So it is possible that some additional NEPA is needed, but we could still meet the APA requirement. Part of that is related to timing. If the NEPA could be done fast enough and there is still reason to expedite the action in the, public's interest, that is a possibility. But they are two separate legal mandates that relate to, one council in-season recommendation.
Okay. Corey Niles. Corey?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Kelly. That gets exactly back to where the question I asked was, what were the two considerations? And I was planning on speaking to them, and I'm sympathetic to the time. I have frustrations with the process, and folks will be hearing about that after this meeting, so we can have a constructive dialogue. But I'm sympathetic to the time in being on the chair and having many things to think about. And so I'll start. This is new to in-season request. It was what we were contemplating back in 2018 when we came in late in the specs process. We did a specs analysis review, and for those who don't know, I was the analyst, the primary analyst for that. It went through the GMT and then through the NEPA process, but going through the specs is overkill on this. And, speaking of workload issues, spending the right amount of time on the right, the importance of the issue is kind of a key ingredient of that. But if folks would open that GMT report number 2 and go and look on page 5 and look at figure 1, which was all but the last 2 years was the same that the council was looking back in 2018, you'll see, and many of you sitting around the table know this much better than those of us who don't sit in the seats for salmon issues. But you can see a big feature of this graph here. The red line is the total number of vessels landing Chinook per year. And this is areas north of 4010, all 3 states. That black line below it is a subset of that line. It's the boats of those boats, which ones landed, the number that landed Lincod. So the thing that sticks out to me is you see in the early years how many more vessels there were participating than in the latter years. In my understanding, and I could be wrong, is that jump, that peak is in large part to how Oregon manages its troll fishery in the days at sea available. And also, when the catches are good, more boats jump in. So you can, that's going to be a major factor of how much lingcod we're going to expect for the coming season. It's this meeting, and again, that you all know better than me. We have an idea of what effort is going to look like in the salmon troll fishery. So as a major factor of what lingcod catches and other catches would be, this seems like, as a decision maker, the right time of year to make it. You go down to the table 3, which Whitney summarized for us. You can see, there's not a clear pattern. And if we don't have a projection model yet, but if people think some of our projection models are much different than this, then we should talk, because they're pretty much close to this amount of variability and not a lot of explanation of what's going on. But you can see how the landings of lingcod bounce around, as a function of the Chinook landing. So there's just a lot of variability. It's not, and one thing Kelly said in the GMT statement that's just incorrect is that the data is incomplete. The fish tickets are as complete as they always have been. It's the same data folks use to manage the ocean troll fishery. It's just that the fish they don't write down 10 Chinook in California and Oregon, or at least report it to PACFIN. They write down the pounds in dressed pounds. In Washington, we required it that they write down the numbers of fish. Otherwise, the landings, the fish tickets are as complete as our fish tickets are. So that's my explanation of why this is a good time for the council to take up this issue. And yet there is a lot of variability here. And if it came time, it looks like there was going to be a big Chinook year, or we saw landings jump higher than expected, we would want to pull back at this time of year. It's not just a loosening of the ratio, it would be a tightening of the ratio, and doing it close to that fact of when we have the best information about what the salmon seasons would be. And on the waiver for good cause on the APA, if I don't think our role here is to tell NIMS how to issue rules, but if the reason for that would be if their notice and comment rulemaking isn't fast enough to match this process and to go into effect. You heard Steve say Oregon's already fishing. Washington is going to start in May, and they're done in September. So I would presume there is reason to waive that good cause. The exception here, I know this is a new thing, but if it becomes routine, as I think it should be, you'll see, if you can get that rule into place, like the rule we do for halibut every year, incidental halibut, it's the same logic. The salmon seasons, you're planning them now, you haven't even decided yet what the season's gonna be like, and those go into place fast in May. So that's the APA. The first part was why we should be doing this now. The second part is that's the good cause waiver. And then the third is on the NEPA impacts. And I understand, again, people haven't had time to digest this, yet I would, and it is still possible that folks will have time and digest the information, yet here's what the impacts are in my mind. And one is the yellow eye bycatch. And I don't know if folks, and maybe we can have the GMT correct me if I'm wrong, but the impacts, if you look on table 4, and again, this is this is not representative data in the fact that this is data coming from people just off Oregon that are using troll gear to target bottom fish and lingcod, not people using it to target Chinook. So it would be, you would expect, on the high side in terms of yellow eye, which is what the GMT was telling us. So if you look at the 2018 and the number of haul, the last time we looked at this, the data was only good through, or we only had data through 2017. So now we have 2 more years of data. We have, it's not a huge amount of hauls observed, but it's a lot more than we had. And I'm pretty sure what the GMT is saying is that the new estimate of what the incidental impacts of yellow eye would be are actually smaller than what we analyzed in the 2018 1920 specs. So that's indication of one, why I think I would be surprised on that factor if a new NEPA analysis is required. And then the second, I'll stop here soon, is on this, one of the other considerations is how much lingcod is going to be removed, landed instead of discarded. And how does that affect the allocations that we agreed to in 2019-20 process? So if you look at table 5, and let's forget for a second how this magnitude of fish matches up against our ACL for lingcod, yet we are, talking about and I'm going to get confused in this table as I try to talk, that we're talking 8 or so metric tons, and maybe I'm looking at the wrong table here. No, I think this is right, but we're talking 8 metric tons, of lingcod, and that's an increase, a small increase. And I think I might have lost the table here. And let's see. Yeah, sorry. Okay, table 1 is what I was thinking of. You can see the incidental open access set aside is 11.68, and the GMT is telling us it would be surprising if we went over that. I'll also just remark that last time we adjusted this in the specs, it was from 1 to 15 down to 1 to 5, which was a bigger change than we're talking about here. And yet you can see from 2018 to 19 in the specs, we lowered the incidental open access amount from 16 to 9.8. So from that big change back then, my memory is we weren't really paying attention. That's 5 metric tons of lingcod. But back then, it wasn't a big deal. The incidental allowance was going up as part of the specs, or loosening, yet our set aside was going down. And had we know this was going to be an issue now, we would have thought harder about that 16. But to end, and I don't have the ACL table here, but that 16 metric tons or 9 metric tons, 11 metric tons, and just looking at the non-trawl allocation of lingcod of north, I think we're hundreds and hundreds, maybe 500. I don't have the memory, but we're hundreds of metric tons under the ACL. ACL is really what we in the past couple of years, we've heard NIMS point to in terms of being a key factor in whether NEPA analysis was going to be needed or not. So if we're talking about a 3 or 4 metric tons and a lowering of the LOI bycatch, triggering a NEPA analysis, I'm not seeing why that would be a possibility at all. So again, I'm way ahead of everyone at digesting this information. I've spent more time doing it, but I think the prospects of new NEPA analysis being required would be, if new NEPA analysis is required, I would be shocked, frankly. And on this, the other issue people bring up, and it's been brought up every time this comes up, and the council is dealt with it in terms of the yellowtail rockfish aspect of the troll limit, is the fairness and equity side, and that has been analyzed and debated. So again, that's arguing for it's appropriate to discuss these in season. Whether the council recommends a change or not is a different matter. My point here is I don't see how the impacts have not been looked at thoroughly enough to be considered analyzed for NEPA and significant impacts to the environment. Sorry, that was way longer than I meant to, but that's my thoughts here on, there was 3 pieces there. Why this is a good time to make the decision, why there's good cause to waive notice and comment, and why the impacts have been are well within what we had analyzed in the last EIS.
Okay, thank you, Corey. That was a really good explanation of the background there, I think, for the discussion. So, with that, anyone else? Any motions? Aha, Corey Niles.
Well, I'd first say, as Phil and others were getting at, I have no indication if that's my interpretation, my understanding, my arguments. But if it were determined that new NEPA analysis were necessary and that good cause couldn't be waived, I don't know why I was tripping on that phrase. Then we wouldn't make this request. But I would offer a motion, contingent on those findings. I don't know if there's reactions to that, but what I'm contemplating here is I hear some support for the action, the workload consequences, not so much. And if those workload consequences are there, yeah, I would be on the not so much side of things. Yet, I would be prepared to make a motion on those grounds. And if people speak up and even that's too far, I will ask people to let me know before I go down that route. But that's what I would be thinking, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, Corey, we'll look for some hands, and I'm not seeing any. So I would say proceed.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And those of you know me, that's probably the longest I've ever talked in a while. Catching my breath here. And I did hear Chuck this morning, so apologies to Sandra and Chris, but maybe Chris could do some cross training on trying to catch a motion on the fly. And if that's okay, Mr. Vice Chair, I'll go ahead and.
Please.
Yeah, I move that the council recommend adjusting the incidental salmon troll lingcod allowance to 1 per 2 Chinook salmon plus 1 lingcod with a trip limit of 10 lingcod.
Okay, Corey, does the language on the screen accurately reflect your motion?
Yeah, just makes, well, I will admit to when I did this analysis back in 2018, I also spelled lingcod without the G in the title of the document. So with that change.
Okay. Okay. Looking for a second. Butch Smith. Butch? Oh, Chuck. You have something for us?
Yeah, just a question. You had mentioned in your preamble a contingency understanding. I just wanted to know if that's part of the motion or not.
Yeah, no, big part, Chuck. I was contemplating whether to put that in the wording to make it extra clear. It's with the second. It'd be too late to do that, but I was hoping the rationale would be enough, and speaking to it again. But yeah, very much so. Speaking to what my preamble there, what the intent would be.
So, Chuck, do we need to potentially modify that, or the discussion previously or to come? Would that give enough guidance?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Well, assuming the second has occurred, then I think it would be appropriate in this case for an amendment to add that in.
Okay.
Actually, I don't see a second recorded on the screen, so perhaps Corey can make his change now.
Well, I thought I saw a hand, but that is true. There is no recording in the second. So I would say, unless someone sees different, maybe Corey you could modify that accordingly.
Yeah, sure. Yes, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And yeah, Chris, Sandra, let's add a second sentence that says, this recommendation is contingent upon NMFS's determination that the action has been adequately analyzed and that cause, or excuse me there, and that reason, good cause for waiving notice and comment is met.
Okay.
And I put an apostrophe there, sorry, after NMFS to be somewhat proper about it, but.
Okay. So Corey, now does the language adequately reflect your motion, or accurately reflect your motion?
Well, I think a couple of hands went up, and there might be.
Okay.
Oh, it does. Yeah, I'm not talking a reading, but I think, it's. And sorry, Chris and Sandra. It should be good call for notice, and not instead of those comments. It's notice and comments.
And Chuck.
Thank you. So that the action has been adequately analyzed, so that does not quite do it for me, I guess. That has already or previously been adequately analyzed. Something like that would make me a little more comfortable.
Excuse me for speaking over you there, Chuck. Yes, that's what that is more accurate to what it meant. Has. And then again, after waiving, it should be, instead of those, the word notice. And without the D, excuse me. And then take the SF comment, the S off the comment there.
Okay. All right. So Corey, are you, is the motion now accurately reflect your does the language of the screen accurately reflect your motion?
I believe so, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, second by Phil Anderson, I believe, unless Phil has a question.
Nope, just second.
Very good. Thank you, Phil. All right, Corey. I guess we'll speak to your motion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Brad. I don't want to speak any longer. I think I said it, but I said a lot of things. So just to the main point, I hear what Kelly tells us about not having time to go through this analysis. The GMT process is supposed to be doing this in our minds, but I recognize I think this is a new process. We haven't asked for it in season, so understanding people's differences here. But I believe once they have time, that they will see that it was analyzed and that there is good cause for waiving notice and comment. But in the case that they don't, then then they're not going to make the change, of course, and we'll bring it back, for prioritizing the change as part of the groundfish workload.
Okay, very good. Questions on the motion? Comments? Marcy Rubko. Marcy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I will be voting for the motion, but with some reluctance. I defer to WDFW and the state of Washington on this recommendation and the relative importance of it to their activities in Washington state. I will note that at the very beginning of this discussion, it was acknowledged that this is a policy decision, more so than it is one of informed science and data. I appreciate NIMS's caveats that this recommendation may or may not be possible as an in-season action, and we will wait to hear back whether it meets the standards or not. And I guess I would just note that regarding the discussions surrounding incidental fishery activities, I think we continue to see this particular opportunity, lingcod that is apparently incidental to the directed commercial salmon troll fishery. There's growing interest in it. I really appreciate Mr. Wilson's testimony. I thought it was heartfelt and honest, and I certainly understand where he is coming from and the opportunity that he sees. I'm also somewhat concerned the opportunity of, or that this opportunity will allow for development of this supposed incidental fishery to grow. And I continue to encourage the state of Washington to pursue directed open access groundfish opportunity for their fleets that are looking to diversify their activities. I think we've heard a lot from the GMT about the lack of information available in this sector of fishing activity. I think we have information in our directed OA groundfish sectors because they do carry some level of observers, and they are subject to requirements under groundfish regulations that provide us information we need to make decisions for management. And I would just encourage those discussions to continue, because I do hear the interest and the need. And I feel like continuing to provide additional carve-outs of opportunities incidental to salmon is not really in the spirit of where we're going with management in our ground, with regard to harvest of our groundfish resources off our coast. We have similar situations in California. We have these discussions on an ongoing basis, and at least off our coast, it's pretty clear that we need to decouple our rules and our management of activities as best we can, salmon and groundfish, so that there's a clear set of standards and that there's equity. So I guess, I encourage some more discussion on this as we move forward in other discussions and other agenda items. But again, I defer to the state of Washington on this particular recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Mark Grelnick. Mark?
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm going to support the motion. I think that this particular segment of the commercial fishery has been very hard hit by challenges in salmon abundance and salmon availability. And, and this is true up and down the coast. And what with climate change and other impacts, I don't think these challenges are going to get any easier. So I think allowing the retention of some lingcod is appropriate and necessary to the viability of that fleet. I do think that Marcy made some good points that we're perhaps approaching this issue indirectly when we ought to be approaching it directly. But maybe that's something we can take up in the next spec cycle. And I guess I am a bit concerned. I appreciate Corey's comment that this change in ratio is not as great a magnitude as the previous change in ratio, but it does approach a point at which it's unlikely to be achieved or even approached absent some degree of targeting. So I guess I have some concern there, but I do think the fleet does need this opportunity. But I think this is maybe a stopgap, and we probably ought to approach the issue more holistically the next opportunity we get.
Thank you, Mark. Phil Anderson, Phil?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I would just briefly speak in favor of the motion. I'm hoping that NIMS has the opportunity to look at it and determine whether or not it's appropriate to move forward under an in-season action. And even if that takes a little bit of time, if the answer is yes, then there will be benefits in 2022 as well. And with respect to the policies that the state of Washington has employed for managing its groundfish fishery off its coast, if the council or my colleagues from California wish to have a discussion about that, that's fine. Happy to do that. But we have taken a different approach than California or Oregon. We have always been respectful of the way that you have approached the management of your groundfish fishery, and we would ask you to do the same of ours. That doesn't mean that we aren't willing or happy to discuss the manner in which we have chosen to manage the groundfish fishery off of Washington. But that is not, in my view, part of this action. But if we want to agendize it for a future discussion, happy to talk about that.
Thank you, Phil. Chair Gorlick, I see your hand still up. Okay. All right. Not seeing any hands. So with that, I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Okay. With that, I'm going to turn to Todd and see how we're doing here, if we've completed our action. Todd?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Looking at the action for this particular agenda item, it is my thought that you have covered the item appropriately. You have two motions that are shown here on the screen that address one, the trip limit, or excuse me, the RCA language in trip limit table 2, and then you also have a motion here for the allowance of lingcod in the changing the ratio of lingcod in the salmon troll fishery. So I believe that you have completed this action. Yes, and I see Kelly has her hand up.
Kelly?
Through the Vice Chair, yes, thanks. For the summary, I did just want to bring back up the topic I raised at the beginning about the NIMS report that we prepare on the salmon catches in the EFP. During the GMT report discussion, Ms. Yaremko was asking whether those data could simply be incorporated into the GMT reports where they summarize salmon catch in the fishery to date. That's table 1 of supplemental GMT report 1. But I did want to note that the salmon data for the EFP is not directly available in PACTIN. Those are specialized reports that we have requested of Pacific states. And so there is still a workload to QA/QC those data and make them available, whether they are in a separate NIMS report or encompassed into a GMT report. And so we would be interested to hear from the council the frequency upon which you would like to see this data for the EFP. If you want us to maintain our reporting each council meeting, or if we could move to less frequent reporting and still satisfy your needs for data.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Would anybody like to speak to that? Marcy Yaremko? Marcy?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Kelly, for recalling we should have a little more discussion around this point. I appreciate the workload that this report generates for your staff. I guess maybe I would suggest that we receive a report. Well, I guess one question I have is, are the Chinook estimates that are contained within the EFP report also encompassed within the GMT's table that they provided to us? And I think the answer is yes, but I should have asked that before. Presuming it is yes, I think, I'm comfortable with maybe receiving a report like you've traditionally provided to us, maybe once in April and once in November, some sort of frequency like that. I think that the fishing activity commences somewhat early in the year. So I think a look at during one of our early meetings is a good idea, and then something that's closer to a year, a total for the year is also useful. So I would support an April and November schedule, presuming that we can't easily incorporate it into the GMT's table.
Thank you, Marcy. That certainly seems a good suggestion, dealing or being that the numbers are way below what people might have thought they would have been. Any more comments on that, on Marcy's comment or suggestion? Okay, I guess we'll go with that then. Todd, does that provide the direction that?
Yes. As I understand it, at least the Mr. Remco has asked that we see the salmon reports every April, November. If that information is not contained within the normal GMT report out on salmon bycatch in the fishery. I would note that it is my understanding, and we'd probably have to pull Mel into this discussion, that information, the EFP information, is not in that normal report as a normal download from the Pacific PFMC website, or PACFIN website, excuse me. But I would have to check on that to double check. If a member of the GMT could possibly comment on that information, that would be very helpful.
Okay. I see Mel has moved up. Mel?
Hi, yes. No, I don't believe they're included in that scorecard. since NIMS typically provides the additional report. And this is we get this data from PACFIN, but it's not from a public public version of it. And so we do summarize it the way we need to for public consumption. But no, I don't believe the EFP take is in there unless PACFIN is including that into the IFQ mid-water numbers. But yeah, I would have to cross-check that.
Okay. Yeah, good.
No, I don't believe they're included.
Okay. So all those numbers are pretty minute in the overall scheme. I don't know if they really change the flavor of the report, but Marcy?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mel. It sounds like there's some discussion that needs to happen in the background, and I don't think we can have that here today. But I think I'm interested in knowing in total how we are tracking against our limits that are established in the ITS. And I thought that was the ultimate purpose of the table that the GMT has prepared for us and provided in this report. So, I've kind of wondered all along when I read the EFP report from NIMS, we know that's not the whole picture. And then we know now in the GMT report that potentially looks like not the whole picture. So I think I'm interested in seeing the whole picture at some point. It doesn't have to be routinely, I suppose. I appreciate Kelly's comment on, that the work required to QA/QC. So I think, if we're not going to answer the questions about how we can pull all this together, to calculate a total, if we don't have some quick answers to that, then again, I think I'm comfortable with the April and November schedule on the EFP progress and incidental retention, coupled with the GMT's routine report. But I would note, I think we want the year-end final totals so that we see how we did. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Nell, your hand's up.
Hi, yes, thank you. I'd just like to offer that the GMT can work with NIMS on the side to see if there is an easier way to provide these numbers. So we're not sending out 2 reports and perhaps ease some workload considerations.
Okay, thank you, Bill. Although I get to thinking about, look at that as far as the what Pacific States is reporting for salmon impacts. I'd be shocked if they weren't all in there, to tell you the truth. Okay, Todd?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you very much for entertaining my questions and thoughts there. Looking across again the action that was before the council, I believe that you addressed it, and we have some direction to go with this particular salmon number issue. And myself and the GMT will discuss it and bring it back before the council at June for a definitive answer, if not sooner, per email. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Todd. Next up is the F7 Pacific Whiting Fishery Treaty Agreement. It's 11:30. We've been out for almost an hour and a half, and before we get into this, I'm kind of curious if council members would like to take a break now or wait till later. And so if anybody would like to break now, we could. If not, we'll just keep moving. Okay. With that, I'll look to John DeVore. John? Oh, Kelly Ames.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you. I need to take a moment to make sure that Frank Lockhart is available for this agenda item. There were some Whiting Treaty discussions going on, but it sounds like Ryan might be able to hop on and sit in the seat if you would like to proceed.
Well, I haven't seen any hands saying otherwise. So I say, Ryan Wolf is a Ryan?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm happy to cover this, Mr. Vice Chair. Frank is actually in a bilateral with Canada on the Whiting Treaty issue right now. So I'm happy to sit in the NIMS chair and we can move forward if you like.
Okay, I mean, if we're good to go on your end, then okay. Thank you. And now John DeVore. John?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and council members, and good morning. Agenda item F7 involves implementation of the 2021 Pacific Whiting Fishery under the U.S.-Canada Agreement. We did get a new stock assessment conducted by the International Stock Assessment Team that worked on it. That was reviewed and endorsed by the Scientific Review Group, which is the peer review body in the treaty process. The new assessment indicates the stock is healthy with a 59% depletion, although they've been noticing, and this is similar to the result we saw from last year's assessment, that there's been a progressive decline in abundance due to the aging of the 3 large year classes in 2010, 14, and 16 that have basically fueled this fishery, and then the recent 4 years of record catches. The Joint Management Committee, the decision-making body under the international whiting process, met last month to formalize their recommendations, and they could not come to an agreement. This is the second year in a row where that's occurred. So now it's up to the National Marine Fisheries Service to determine a U.S. TAC. And that is what we expect to hear from NIMS. We also have Mr. Phil Anderson, who's on the JMC, who can brief the council as well on the JMC process and how they reach that impasse. Before we go on, I want to point out that there is a supplemental DFO, Department of Fisheries and Oceans report from Mr. Paul Ryle in the briefing book that presents, and Mr. Paul Ryle is a member of the Joint Management Committee who on the Canadian side, and their recommendations to the council on both the coast-wide TAC and then from that what the U.S. TAC would be. So that's an important piece of information to consider here when providing whatever guidance to NIMS or whatever necessary actions you deem appropriate under this agenda item. And then we also have a supplemental gap report under this agenda item with their recommendations on how to proceed. So I realized there wasn't all that much information in the overview, but I think we'll depend on Ryan and Phil to brief us on the JMC process and the next steps that NIMS is considering to get a U.S. TAC in place in time for the 2021 start of the season on May 15th. So if there are no questions to me, I suggest that we get the briefing on the JMC report.
Okay, thank you, John. Questions for John on his overview? All right, I'm not seeing any. I know in my briefing or tracking log here, I've got the gap statement up first, but I believe Phil would actually go to you, see if you want to give an overview or check as we, or where we might insert that information into this. Phil?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. My understanding was that Frank and I were going to give the overview of the JMC meeting at this point in the agenda, and have not had the opportunity to coordinate with Ryan. I do have some comments to make about the JMC and the process, but I don't want to jump ahead of Ryan if he would like to go first.
Okay, I see he has a hand up. Ryan?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Phil. Yeah, I'm happy to start and then let you expand further from your views for the JMC as you were really involved. So, as the council is aware, the Pacific Whiting coast-wide TAC is typically set by the Joint Management Committee, which was created under the 2003 bilateral agreement between U.S. and Canada. The JMC met remotely on March 15th to the 17th with the goal of coming to an agreement on the coast-wide TAC. And we did see some progress in preliminary discussions, but the bilateral negotiations, as most are aware, were not successful, and we didn't come to agreement with the JMC, and this is the second consecutive year that an agreement was not reached by that body. And I'm filling in, as I noted here, as the United States has its bilateral with Canada on a wide range of fisheries issues, and this is one that is actually being discussed as we speak. So that's why Frank is not able to be here at the moment. So JMC discussions in general on the TAC focus on two parameters: realized catch, which is the goal for the amount of total mortality, and utilization rate, which is the proportion of a given TAC that's harvested. After early advisory panel discussions, there was preliminary agreement on a realized catch goal of 380,000 metric tons, which would have let a U.S. proportion of 287,44 metric tons and a Canada proportion of 99,256. But the AP couldn't come to an agreement on the overall coastwide TAC. The discussions considered a range of TAC from 422,000 to 500,000 metric tons. The U.S. delegation's initial position of 500,000 metric tons was determined. It was based on the advice of the Joint Technical Committee. It was based on the advice of the Scientific Review Group that was using the 2021 stock assessment that Mr. DeVore just briefly went over as the best scientific information available, as well as the advisory panel's evaluation of both past and future projected utilization rates in the United States and Canada and Canadian fisheries. In the end, we got close. The U.S. Did drop down to a proposal of 475,000, but we were not able to reach agreement. So now the process, as briefly noted in the SIT summary, the West Coast region will recommend a coast-wide TAC and the U.S. share of that following the procedure and criteria identified in the 2006 Pacific Whiting Act. Our plan is to publish a revised proposed rule that will add NIMS determined coast-wide TAC, U.S. TAC, and non-tribal sector allocations to the tribal allocation and research set aside that were part of the original proposed rule, so that we can provide the public an appropriate opportunity for comment before a final rule is published. Our target right now for that revised proposed rule will be late April, later this month, hopefully early May at the latest. And a final rule will follow, of course, after public comment. Obviously, that means we will not have a final rule in place by the start of the whiting primary season, but we have been in communication on this. Our plan is to issue an interim allocation similar to last year when this situation happened, so the whiting fishery can begin fishing on May 15th. I'll stop there. Maybe probably before we get to any questions on the process or anything, might be good to let Phil expand a little bit on his perspective from the JMC.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Phil?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Ryan, for that overview. I just maybe have a couple of things to add. First of all, I wanted to acknowledge the really strong team that we have that's part of the U.S. delegation. We have just outstanding scientists that participate in the stock assessment team. We've got a great group that's part of our scientific review group, which is another component of our process. Great representatives on that, including one from our industry. We've got a really strong advisory panel that's made up of individuals that you all know that have been just outstanding from my perspective in the advice and the analytical work that they have done to help inform the U.S. JMC, as well as helping to educate our colleagues from Canada. And then I wanted to recognize my colleagues on the JMC, Frank Lockhart, Steve Joner, and Dan Waldeck. We've been together as a team now since we started the implementation of the treaty. And it's been a real pleasure to work with all of them, as well as everybody that's as part of the U.S. delegation. As Ryan indicated, we did have our meeting went for essentially 3 days, and early on in our discussions, we had an agreement to what we were targeting in terms of what we call a realized catch of the 380,000 metric tons that Ryan referenced. Where we ran into difficulty was around estimating or projecting our respective fisheries catch. And we were informed largely by our advisors who worked tirelessly to look at all of the data that was available in terms of the shoreside, the mothership, and the CP sectors, and making estimates of what, based on a 380,000 realized catch, we kind of backed into that number as to what an overall TAC would need to be in order for us to realize our share of the 380,000, while at the same time being precautionary that we didn't set up a regime that we would go over that 380,000. And it was there where we ran into difficulty in convincing our colleagues from Canada that our projections were in fact accurate, that they were precautionary in their nature, and that there was a high degree of probability that we would stay within, if not below, our portion of the 380,000. So it is certainly true that this is the second year that we failed to reach an agreement, but the context of the disagreement this year was different than last year. I would also say that there's a difference of approach that the U.S. delegation has relative to the utilization of this science, and that is that, as many of you know, this stock is supported by strong year classes that occur from time to time, and we are constantly trying to do our best to estimate recruitment. And of course, that comes with a large amount of uncertainty, particularly in the younger year classes, which aren't part of the fishery, and so there's a lot of uncertainty around that. So and I think that, and the difference there is that we do not try to look out farther than what we think the data can support. And you'll see some reference to some projections that are made in Mr. Rael's letter to the council about looking out 3 years and where we will be if we continue to harvest at a rate of 380,000 tons every year, assuming that there's average recruitment. And we've been very reluctant to place a lot of value on trying to look very far out because of our inability to have information about recruitment in the younger year classes. So, that has been a bit of a fundamental difference in the way we look at the data and whether or not we're comfortable with looking out years in advance where the uncertainty around the recruitment just grows exponentially. Again, I wanted to just briefly speak to Mr. Rael's letter. He starts in his letter about talking about the longstanding and productive relationship and collaborative fisheries management between the two countries. I couldn't agree more. He closes out that paragraph by talking about the commitment that we share in working together. And again, I couldn't agree with him more there. And then he goes in and starts talking about some of the concerns that Canada has with respect to where the resource is headed. And there's certainly no denying the fact that we've been at record levels and that we're coming off those record levels, and that we need to take appropriate precautions as we're setting our tax now and looking at the recruitments for the younger year classes as they come along. So a lot of his points are certainly appropriate. They're well taken, but again, it is in part due to the fact that Canada tends to use the data and look out farther with a higher degree of certainty than maybe we think that the data supports. As the implementing legislation suggests, when we do not have an agreement, this council has the opportunity to make a recommendation to National Marine Fisheries Service if they wish. I am not here to recommend that as an action for the council. And we'll be hearing from the Groundfish Advisory Panel here in a moment about their thoughts. But it is, as Ryan said, in the hands of National Marine Fisheries Service now. They have reached out to us, both the JMC members as well as the AP, following the conclusion of our bilateral session, and have asked for our perspective, which is very much appreciated. And again, our AP, led by their chair, Joe Burst, did a great job in pulling together their report and their analysis of what they expect to be taken under a utilized total catch of 380,000. And I'm sure that the National Marine Fisheries Service will benefit and are paying close attention to the advice that they received from our AP and all of the technical analysis that they did. So with that, Mr. Vice Chair, that completes my comments on this item, at least until we get to council discussion, when I may have a little bit more. Thanks.
Okay. Well, thank you, Phil, for the great overview. Very complicated process and really good stuff. Okay, maybe questions for Phil or Ryan before we move on to the gap statement? Okay. I guess next we'll move to the gap statement and Dan Waldeck. Dan?
Good morning, Vice Chair Pettinger. I'm Dan Waldeck with the Groundfish Advisory Panel. I'll be reading agenda item F7B, the GAP report on implementation of the 2021 Pacific whiting fishery under the U.S.-Canada agreement. The GAP received an overview of the bilateral science and management process defined in the agreement between the U.S. and Canada from Mr. Dan Waldeck, U.S. representative to the U.S. industry representative to the JMC. Mr. Waldeck also provided a summary of the 2021 stock assessment and the bilateral TAC negotiation undertaken by the agreement's AP and JMC. The GAP appreciated the background provided by Mr. Waldeck, we briefly discussed the process that resulted in the inability of the JMC to agree on a 2021 coastwide TAC and considered the next steps in the U.S. rulemaking process to establish 2021 harvest levels. Most notably, the GAP supports the work developed by the USAP during the 2021 negotiation process and agrees with their recommendations. The GAP understands that the National Fisheries Service is developing a proposed rule for the 2021 U.S. whiting fishery and expects that the work of the USAP will be a significant part of the agency's consideration of a 2021 coastwide TAC. It appears that NIMFS is on the right track and has the appropriate science and management information available to them to support the rulemaking process. That ends the GAP report. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Questions for Dan on the GAP report? Corey Niles. Corey?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Can't resist this one, but I just wanted to open up to see if you had any other nice things to say about Mr. Waldeck. But seriously, yeah, just thanks to you, Dan, for your participation and as a GMC member, and thanks to the GAP for the report.
You're welcome, and I will not make a habit of speaking about myself in the third person if I can help it.
Okay, further questions for Dan? Or, okay, thanks, Dan. That takes us into public comments, and I don't believe there are any, unless someone signed up the last few minutes, and to council action, I believe. So with that, I'll open the floor up for discussion. Corey Niles. Corey.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, since seeing no hands, I'll start off, and yeah, and I don't want to repeat what Phil said. He gave a great overview as usual. I know I was in and out of the JMC meeting, as was Whitney and other staff this time, and yeah, really impressed with how the science, the JTC works, with how the AP, the US AP has been working. It's an open and public discussions going on. So nothing for but support for what Phil said and for the GAP recommendation there. This council in my state in particular, whiting is a very important stock. We do want to, keep an eye on the treaty. We have Phil is our representative, and we're lucky to have him. But we've also got Mr. Waldeck, Steve Joner, and Frank Lockhart, of course, looking out for us. So I feel like we are our conservation policies and our economic policies are well represented. And yeah, just on the conservation picture, I think Phil hit a couple of things that stick out in my mind, and I'm jealous of with whiting is that it is an annual decision informed by really good science and looking at a decision table that goes beyond what we have for most groundfish and being able to look at risk. And in terms of conservation, the worry here is we're approaching B40, which is the target level, and one of the consequences of that is, as many of the groundfish people know here, is when you go below B40, there's an adjustment, to your OFLs, ABCs, and ACLs. Yet, if you look at what's been happening while the stock's been way above B40, the JMC has been doing the precautionary level they've been setting the TAC is many multiples below what a 40-10 adjustment would be, proportionally even below B40. So it's been a very precautionary approach from my perspective. It might be a tough decision next year, but I have no doubt that they'll again follow the science and do their best to balance the risks there. Yeah, I lost my train of thought on one other thing. Oh, the management strategy evaluation. Where it looks like the 40-10 rule might not be the smartest way of managing the stock. And so that's another thing that gives confidence is they are looking at those harvest policies in better ways of doing anything. And all this is really to say is, yeah, just supporting the GAP recommendation and Phil's statement of we think NIMS has the information, understands the conservation picture here well, and it's very much in line with the council's policies, if not even considered more precautionary. But yeah, thank you to the JMC, the AP, JTC, and it is hoping that we can get to agreement next year, but understanding that everything was tried to reach agreement this year.
Okay, Corey, thank you. Bob Dooley. Bob?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Phil and Ryan and Corey for the comments before. I've been a member of the advisory panel since 2014. I have to believe the last 2 years in particular, the level of advisory panel, sorry, I owe donuts. I'll bring them tomorrow morning. Anyhow, the level that the advisory panel has risen to has always been high quality, but the analysis that we've gone through to justify the positions that we've advocated has really been superb. I've got to really compliment our chairman, Joe Bursch, in the advisory panel, and this year particularly, not the whole advisory panel, there's a whole plethora of people, but particularly Sarah Diani for helping us with a lot of the spreadsheets. And so I am really confident that we stated the case in a conservative manner, and I think that given all of the tools needed to justify our conservative position there, I got to believe, and our Canadian counterparts, they're good to work with. They're good people. And I would say that, this COVID virtual meeting has been a little bit of a negative impact on that. It's just a lot easier to sit across the table and talk to each other than it is through that. It's a lot easier to walk away. I don't think this year we were so close. I think we would have had an agreement this year. And I really thank the considerable effort from the Joint Management Committee, and those four guys do one heck of a good job and represent our country very, very well in this process. So appreciate the support, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Further discussion or comments? Okay. I don't think there's any necessarily action here. I don't believe that needs to be done. I'm not seeing any hands. People must be hungry. John, we'll look to you real quick, and see, do we need to do anything else here?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. No, you don't. I mean, it's completely volitional on the council as to whether they want to make any recommendations to the National Marine Fisheries Service on a U.S. tax. So the fact that folks are not raising their hands and whatnot, I think speaks volumes that you don't want to do that. So with that, I think you had a thorough briefing of the JMC process. You understand the issues that led to the impasse. And with that, it sounds like you are comfortable with how NIMS is planning to proceed to come up with first an interim rule or an interim allocation to get the fishery started, and then a notice and comment rulemaking to come up with a final tax. So I'd say with that, you have completed this agenda item.
Yeah, thank you, John. And as we heard, it really is an outstanding team that we have representing the U.S. in this process. So anyway, it is lunchtime, looks like to me, and I'm looking to Chuck Tracy maybe for Phil, I see your hand up. Phil Anderson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Just as you and the chair are deliberating about our lunch break, I was going to request an hour and a half lunch break, given that there is some additional preparation needed by some of us to prepare for our next agenda item. Thank you for that consideration.
That is very fortuitous that you would mention that, because I was going to give that to you. But before we do that, Chuck, I'm going to Chuck for a quick salmon update.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, just in case people are wondering, we are still waiting for some discussions to conclude before salmon will be ready for guidance. So I don't expect them anytime real soon. So I think it's safe to say that we will proceed with our scheduled agenda and do Sablefish Gear Switching following the lunch break, and then we pick up the remainder of D5 salmon additional guidance after that.
Very good. Thank you, Chuck. With that, we will see you at 1:30. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you then.
which speak to the issue associated with gear switching. I was around when this program was developed and voted on and put in place. I remember the conversations around gear switching to the best of my ability to remember that far back. I did go back and look at the EIS and looked at the language associated with the gear conversion catch share program EISs in that document. And I found the following. Within the IFQ program, vessels would be allowed to use a variety of directed groundfish commercial gear, allowing for, in quotes, gear switching. There's also an option for gear conversion, switching permanently from trawl to some other gear. And it went on to say once quota shares have been distributed, recipients would be free to use them with any legal groundfish gear, which aside from trawl, principally means bottom long line and fish pots. It went on to say that there is and to recognize that there is a separate allocation of catch opportunity to non-trawl sectors, which would be unaffected by any catches resulting from the gear conversion under the IFQ program. So just as a bit of a reminder of where we were at the time and how we described that and the thought that went into providing for this flexibility as it was envisioned at the time. You know, what we've heard from our catch share program participants on this issue, as Maggie said, one of the things they're looking for is certainty. The processors want it. Trawl boat owners want it. People who are invested in gear switching want that. And we've heard that of course, the processing industry is struggling. And some place the blame largely on the fact that we have this gear switching element to our catch share program. We've also heard, we've heard a lot, and I appreciate everybody that's taken the time to address the council and bringing their thoughts forward. We've heard the health of the trawl fishery will continue to decline if we don't take decisive action to restrict gear switching for sablefish to no more than 10% of the trawl sablefish quota. We've heard that the processors want to process and market large quantities of underutilized species, but are unwilling to move forward with that effort and make those investments unless the council limits gear switching for sablefish in the trawl sector to no more than 10%. We've heard that trawlers in today's world are restricted in terms of processor imposed landing limits. Prices for DTS species, among others, are at a very low point. And I don't want to suggest or discount the effects of the pandemic on that. Gear switching levels are relatively stable at the current level. We've heard that people believe they are not hindering the trawl fishery from increasing landings of underutilized species. In September 2020, the analysts told us that they were unable to demonstrate that gear switching was hindering the ability of the trawl fishery and increasing their catch of underutilized species. The analysis and conclusions based on certain hypothetical scenarios and changes of the amount of sablefish that is taken with fixed gear is characterized as uncertain. And we've heard that sablefish are needed to prosecute multiple trawl strategies, including DTS, shelf, headwater rockfish, and whiting fisheries. And last but certainly not least in my list, which is not meant to be comprehensive, is the trawl industry has identified gear switching as a major issue associated with the success or lack thereof of the catch share program for their sector. I know that everyone is telling us what they believe to be true, even though there are discrepancies in what we are hearing. I know people are looking at this and telling us and giving us their very best advice and their perspective. But given that variety of input that we're receiving, to me, it's no wonder that the council is finding it difficult to decide on the appropriate course of action. So I would just put forward some kind of general principles that are in my mind here as we move forward. One, and these are not in priority order, by the way. I believe that placing an upper limit on the trawl sablefish quota that can be harvested using fixed gear is a wise thing for the council to do and to help ensure the success of the catch share program. I support using the control date to determine the upper limit of trawl sablefish available to be taken with fixed gear, but I also am open to considering recency in whatever the program design that we end up with is. I support maintaining the ability of active trawl vessels to use fixed gear to take their quota pounds. And I support maintaining the ability for active trawl vessels to lease their fish to other trawl permitted vessels. I want to honor the investments that have been made by individuals of sablefish quota shares that are owned by trawl permitted vessel owners using fixed gear. And finally, I want the council, should the council decide to move forward in implementing an upper limit by creating a range of alternatives for public review as the next step, I support the alternatives being crafted using the most cost-effective approach, thereby minimizing the complexity of the alternatives and the costs associated with implementing the alternative. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll stop there and listen for other perspectives.
Thank you, Phil. Further, Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Grolnick, and thank you, Phil, and Maggie for sharing your thoughts. I'd like to maybe a little historical perspective for some of the folks who maybe are newer to this council groundfish issues. In 2003, the council moved forward with rationalizing the groundfish fishery, the trawl fishery, in large part due to a court order we had basically dealing with bycatch wastage. The concerns of the fleet that we need to change our how we did business. It was then, shortly after we started that process in late 2003, or shortly afterwards, the gear switching concept was brought in. I think you need to go back in that time and see where we're at as far as the trawl industry, as far as the public perception. We're consistently under attack by a large member, or almost all of the environmental community, many who wanted the trawling to be banned outright. And so out of that, the concept of gear switching came out, kind of arose. Also, it's good to point out, I think that you should understand that the ACLs for Dover sole from 2000-2006 was only 7,400 metric ton. And since we were under a 2-month trip limit scenario back in those days, we tried to match up the right amount of fish, the mix. We left a lot of sablefish in the water. Matter of fact, in 2004 to 2006, the trawl sector, I think, left 3,500 tons of sablefish in the water. So at that time, it was very much on our minds, we need to have some options. We were in trouble, and I think we're grasping for straws. Now, equal sharing was extended to the whiting fleet, actually to all vessels, all permit holders, and but also to the whiting fleet, and all of them. I mean, not just the ones that participated in the shoreside fishery, but even the mothership. And the reason that we did that, and I was certainly in favor of that, is that we had a buyback program loan that bought back like 40% of the capacity of the groundfish trawlers. But due to NIPS's, the way they worded it, the buyback, it really did not extend the courtesy to the folks who fished in Alaska, because it required that you give up all of your Alaska permits with no compensation. So those vessels could not participate and therefore saw no benefit to the buyback program. So in my mind, even against the will of some of the folks in the industry saying we shouldn't do it, I thought it was appropriate that those individuals should get some equal sharing of that fish, with the belief that basically it would filter back into the trawl fishery. And I was on the TIC, the Trawl Individual Quota Committee, during that time. And I was, by the EIS mites, Phil obviously, he read out of it. The TIC never envisioned where we're at today. And seriously, knowing where we're at, what has happened, I'm not sure I would have been in favor of equal sharing at back then, because that fish did not flow back to the fishery, particularly the sablefish. I said in the GMT discussion shortly after Jim and Jesse finished up the presentation to the gap in the GMT, and it was interesting. It was mentioned there that really what's going on here is not gear switching. A few trawlers have tried it, maybe a couple are still doing it some, but it really is. It's fixed gear vessels seeing an opportunity and to harvest more sablefish beyond the 3 permit, the 3-tier permit limit that the council put on that fishery. I will say I don't blame those individuals. Most of them are very, very successful participants. A number of fisheries, particularly the Alaska sablefish, halibut, IFQ fisheries, and the tier fishery here on the West Coast. Great fishermen, great operators. My hat's off to them. But they were involved in a IFQ fishery or catch-year fishery long before we were. And they saw the potential in the newly inaugurated IFQ fishery as it was, I think it was deemed to move forward in 2008. I think the council finalized their work on that before it was NIPS got it to put it into regulation. And they saw the potential, and they started buying permits well before the rest of us knew what was going on. And because they understood what a catch-year program is. The earlier you get into it, the better off you're going to be. And there was a number thrown out around here about $10 per pound for sablefish. And actually, it doesn't surprise me. It's, I think right now, the going rate right now for a tier 2 permit, if you want to buy one on the West Coast, is about $12.50 a pound. But when they offered to those individuals, it was basically on the fish that the permit would receive in quota pounds. They paid $10 a pound for the sablefish, but then all the rest of the quota came with it. So they got a great deal, and my hat's off to them. They invested wisely and got in early. So anyway, I think it's okay. Just kind of laying things out here as far as how things are going. So why are we entertaining on Dover? Set the stage here. It was mentioned that in 2009, Petroleum Soul was overfished. Jim mentioned it. I think I brought it up to on the council floor, I think in November. And I spoke with Jim and Jesse for the council meeting about what information they had received and what they got out of looking into that. And the information they saw really wasn't much. They couldn't really find any smoking guns per se. But the only smoking gun I was interested in as far as the impact is that the overfish status basically took about $4 or $5 million per year out of the fishery. This very high margin species out of the fishery in 2010, 11, and 12. On top of that, in between 2010 and 2013, the sablefish quota dropped 40%. And you combine that with the 30% or so of the quota being leased by the fixed gear vessels, there's a lot less sablefish available to the fleet. I also should point out that the council, when we first started the catch share program, decided to leave all the old regulations in place that we had prior to catch shares. So the flexibility that we were promised to catch our trawl quota wasn't available to us until just recently. So if you're looking for a reason, that certainly didn't help. Also, the trawl fleet's looking for opportunities also. I mean, it's been a tough time, in 2010, 11. We've been on our heels, and the shrimp fishery basically it took off. And it really was everything going right for fishing you could possibly imagine. The cold water shrimp fishery, it was expanded greatly in the 90s. Depressed in the West Coast due to that tremendous volume of fish or shrimp available internationally. Like almost 500,000 tons of quota was out there, and in 2010, those numbers come crashing down. That drove the value of the shrimp up per pound. It went from like 35 cents in 2010 to 70 cents by 2014. The catch per unit effort in the fleet over the period of about 4 or 5 years was double the historical high on the West Coast, and there's no observer coverage. So you have a boat go out and fill the boat up in one day, 50, 60, 70, 80,000 pounds to be in the dock, fish one day a week if you had the right market. So obviously people are going to take that opportunity. Another thing that hasn't been talked about is the 2011 tsunami. That happened in Japan. It basically wiped out a large amount of the inventory in the freezers in Japan. And I believe it supercharged the sablefish market, by golly, and heightened people's the demand for it and interest in processing it and catching it. I'd also point out that observer coverage, the first couple of years, while it was paid for by NIPS 100%, it was then phased out over another couple of years. Like by 2015, it was all on the fisherman's back. But we're wondering why Dover sold attainment or coverage or landings in the bottom trawl fishery isn't doing as well. But it's $500 a day if you don't have EM, and most don't, is the disincentive. So trying to see if I got things kind of leaned out here a little bit. So people keep wondering or asking, how much sablefish does the trawl fleet need? I'm going to channel my inner Elaine Cooney here. It depends. In 100% monitored real-time fishery, like we have in the trawl fishery, you have to have stock assessments that are in harmony with what is actually in the water. If you're targeting a single species, like sablefish in the, either tier fishery or even the folks participating in the gear switching here in this program, the accuracy doesn't really matter to the individual. They're just going to catch their quota and they're done. In a mixed species fishery, like we have in the bottom trawl fishery, if the assessment isn't as accurate or isn't accurate, and there's less fish, or it shows there's less fish than there actually is in the ocean, you're going to run out of quota pounds because you're catching fish that aren't supposed to be there. I would say I've been involved in this groundfish fishery for over 40 years. And I would say that sablefish is probably one of those species that has been hard to get a handle on, I think would be a way to put it. I should note that, well, I should say this. We go by what the assessments say, and that's the best available science, and we proceed like that's what it is. And we got a 20% bump this year, and it's pretty apparent we needed the bump. And if everything we've seen, there's been quite a few different year classes, and there's a lot of fish around. The last dog assessment was, my understanding, I was in the STAR panel, but I've talked to folks who are there. It was tanking on the last day. And it was pulled out of the fire in the last half hour or so. I think John Fields recommended a few things, and we almost got a decrease over the next 2 years, not an increase. And so it's very important to think about that. About that is that if the stock assessments aren't accurate, you're going to run out of bullets. When we probably shouldn't be, and that's why it's such a big, that's why it's such a concern for us losing these surveys the last couple of years, because it leaves holes. It leaves holes in the information going into the stock assessment authors. They're talking about stranding sablefish, leaving sable in the water. Like some fishermen mentioned about they adjust their fishing strategy by to what the mix of catch they got going on. They're seeing they catch too much, they move off. I think for the last 5 or 6 years, maybe even actually the start of this IFQ fishery, trawl fishermen have been trying to avoid sablefish because there's only so many pounds available, and when they run out, they're pretty much done. And so I raised the question: do we have can trawl fishermen target sablefish? Absolutely. We used to do it back in the day when 20 years ago, because we had trip limit with a suite of species to catch, and if we hadn't caught it with our maxed out our Dover, we would run offshore and catch it in the out in the deep. So you can do that. I would say that it was interesting. The folks who are gear switching are calling themselves trawlers, and I would challenge that respectively. They're fixed gear vessels that bought a trawl permit. That'll make you a trawler. If you buy an airplane, that doesn't make you a pilot. I know some of those individuals that said they'll never see a net reel on their back deck. So anyway, so it's I think we should at least put things in perspective. They're participants in the program that we have lined up that allows fixed gear vessels to catch a trawl quota. Good testimony yesterday. From Lori Steele, especially. I was very impressed with what she had to say. I talked with her afterwards. If you look at the infrastructure on this coast, I'm very, very concerned about what we have, what we're seeing. There's not many groundfish processing plants on this coast, and I do believe her and what she's saying. And she pointed out one thing she missed, that in Oregon, the processing plants are dealing with a DEQ mandate. on water quality and the requirements to build a water filtration plant or system on their premises are going to cost in the multi-million dollars. And so people, I might blame processors for a lot of things, but if they're a little skittish about committing to things, if I had to, they probably weigh very carefully, Michael, whether they want to make that investment or not, because nothing's for free here. That said, I'll stop right there. But I'm looking forward to hearing what people got to say. I would say that I think we do have clear direction from the participants in the bottom or in the trawl fishery on the West Coast. Nothing happens in a vacuum. Everything we do in life, be it personally, professionally, on a daily basis, has, there's a result from that. And so I hope whatever we do here, I hope we make the right decision, because the ramifications coming down the pike, as you see, some of these are pretty hard to turn over. And Mr. Chairman, I'll stop right there.
All right, thank you, Brad, for those heartfelt comments. Joe Oatman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to take this opportunity to provide some comments on this matter as those relate to coastal tribes and their interests. Although coastal tribes are not directly impacted by regulation changes that may come into place through updating gear switching regulations, we recognize that indirect effects on the tribal fisheries may occur. After consideration of the advisory body reports, public comment, and the supplemental staff presentation, we would be in favor of freezing, reducing, and potentially eliminating gear switching opportunities moving forward. I'd like to provide the following comments as justification for this decision. First, processing capacity for both non-tribal and tribal trawl fisheries is already limiting to fishermen. Based on the public comments and supplemental materials, it is my understanding that the importance of sablefish within trawl vessel landings may be the tipping point for processors to determine if it is economically viable to purchase trawl caught fish. Any further loss of processing capability for groundfish fleets would significantly hinder the ability to maximize the availability of groundfish products to the public. Secondly, although the ability to buy and trade sablefish quota pounds is a business decision, we have heard from members of the public that the inflated quota pound price for sablefish hinders vessels to purchase or lease the amount of quota pounds needed to access other species. Reduction of the gear switching program may allow quota pound trading to equalize to levels where trawl vessels can access quota at levels that are needed to continue operation and access sablefish as well as other species. As indicated by these points, this issue encompasses more species than just sablefish. Both the supplemental staff presentation and public comments indicate that a reduction in gear switching could help to more fully utilize council-managed groundfish stocks. In the interest of sustainably maximizing harvest of all groundfish species, the tribe will be supporting limiting gear switching and reducing gear switching opportunities. I appreciate the opportunity to provide these comments on our council discussion as we consider how to limit gear switching. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and thanks, everyone. I don't know if I'll be able to respond to everyone's comments or should, but yeah, first of all, Joe, recognize what you started off with there no doubt about how our coastal communities, tribal and otherwise, are tied together. The tribes aren't directly managed, but certainly appreciate how the fisheries of the Washington coast, the coastal tribes could be affected, and look forward to working with the tribes throughout this process. And I guess there's a lot of places to start. I was pretty new, came in early or middle development of Amendment 20. Hearing Brad and Phil and others speak brought back memories. A member of the GMT, learning from folks like Phil and others, watching some pretty big decisions get brokered. It was interesting times for sure, and people were doing their best to make the best decisions back then. I think Brad mentioned making the right decision today. I guess I'll just give my start or go to next what my perspective of what we were doing today was, and that was the first thing we led off with this meeting when Phil had questions about the situation summary during the opening of the meeting, and taking to the comments of our analysts and Jim and Jesse, GMT. The purpose today was to talk about levels of gear switching for the purposes of narrowing in on a further refinement of the alternatives, or maybe a reconfiguring of the alternatives that the SAMTAC worked very hard on. So today, I hope if we think we're coming away with a decision on a single number or something like that, I hope that's not what we're thinking. I think what we're doing is really narrowing the focus of where we go next and of all the hard work that's been done. And I would say we can't pick a single number now, as in questions and answers. The analysis we have here is missing a huge piece of the Magnuson Act and our responsibilities under that to consider fairness and equitable national standard 4 and other sections of the Magnuson Act. So I hope we're not thinking this is final here. We are seeming to, at least who we've heard spoke so far, is supporting looking at putting a limit, some kind of limit, on gear switching, and we I can't say Ardency is fully behind that. We are fully behind, looking very closely at it, and we have been for however many years now, and especially through developing Alternative 1 with the SAMTAC. So there's a lot of very nice things have been said. I said some of them yesterday, I guess it was. But we hear the challenging economic conditions of the non-whiting bottom trawl sector in particular. We heard those loud and clear from our valued advisors, back before the 5-year review, during the 5-year review, and that's why we're here participating. And it is challenging, as we heard in public testimony. Even if the council were to do something today, it's not going to be an overnight fix. The analysis we have before us here says it was basically, if you think gear switching is constraining, then this. If you don't, then that. It didn't tell us if it was or it wasn't. But that said, it does seem like there is some evidence where a really close look at freezing a footprint, at least, is something we should be really, making the next step and narrowing in on. I do want to say, I don't want to, it is recognizing the challenges. I think there is some glimmers of optimism in this analysis. You see signs that if this market were to take off on the thorny heads, the Dover sole, other flatfish, then the boats are going to be profitable. As it stands now, we're talking, maybe 11-12% of the Sablefish quota share has been acquired by fixed gear operations, and just roughly speaking, that amount of quota share is if you were to buy it, or in recent times to buy it, you're talking about $1 million of percentage points. So this is a $12 million issue. I'm sure it would be tough to purchase all that in against our control rules, but that's the magnitude of this issue. And you see the numbers of if these markets can be developed, the revenues will be there, but it's going to take the investments. I know there's already investments. We heard Ocean Gold speak to the investments they made in rockfish, and they're hoping to make investments in flatfish and Dover sole. So these are really encouraging signs. And like a lot of people said, there's really good arguments on all sides. People who made investments on all sides, and we're supportive of moving forward, looking closely at how we might at least put a limit on the fishery. So yeah, a lot of great things were said. We've heard rumor in the meeting that a whole new business is maybe starting to buy non-whiting groundfish in Owako, which we were hoping for since, at least, before this program was developed. So, these investments may be happening now, and we understand what we're hearing from the non-whiting processing sector about the investment climate and how it's a challenging investment now, and uncertainty makes it more challenging. So fully understanding those arguments, also fully understanding that fixed gear has been important to Washington and made investments under the rules that we set. And there's a lot of difference in views about what was intended with the program. But I had my own expectations back then, and we created an IFQ program, which is far superior to the way we were managing the trawl fishery before by trip limits, and having people like me, have to intermediate between, if that's a word, when people should fish and what they should fish for. So this IFQ program is working in a large sense of letting fishing businesses make their fishing decisions. And there's been some, market consequences of that. And as I noted in some questions yesterday, all this talk about percentages and the foundation of this is an allocation decision made, I should have looked this up, but 30, 40 years ago. Some of us may be around then, but that is a long time ago for an allocation decision. And the market mechanism has been telling us that the business world, the buying and selling of fish, all the way up to the consumer, has been pushing that allocation towards more gear switching. And again, I said it yesterday, I believe, but I have a hard time believing in this context, in a commercial fishery like this, that the government can be smarter than business at moving resources where they need to go to make revenues out of it. But again, I guess, yeah, fish does not turn into money as soon as it hits the dock. It needs the processors to develop the markets, to reach the consumers, to convince the consumers it's a good product. And there's a lot of good arguments here on the side. And I'll try to wrap up here. I liked Phil's principles that he announced, and Maggie spoke to a lot too. So yeah, I think what we have here to do is we do want to look at this closely, but we're going to want to be fair and equitable about it. We're going to want to consider how all the participants, fixed gear otherwise and invested otherwise, dependent on the fishery otherwise, would be affected by the alternatives. And that's going to happen, I think, whether the council likes it or not, because that is our obligation under the Magnus Act to look at in our analyses. And yeah, it's simple and cost effective is good, but so is efficient and fair, and looking for any kind of harm to individuals to be offset by some non-speculative benefit. And again, not meaning that what we're hearing is speculative, but what I'm saying here, there's questions here. And my question to Lori, I too, as Brad said, enjoyed or really learned from Lori's testimony yesterday. And I asked her a little bit more, can we see a little bit more on the investment outlook here? And I was genuine with that question. I do have, want to see more. But I'm hearing a lot of similarities here from who's spoken up so far and taken up more time than I need to. But those are the starting point thoughts appreciation I wanted to express. So thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Pete Hassemer, followed by Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot of really good, excellent words have been said here, and I sincerely hope I can avoid repeating all of that and just add something new and constructive to this. And just to state where my initial position is on that, at least at this time, maybe I want to tear off of something or follow up on something Phil had mentioned. He gave an excellent summary of a lot of things that we heard through the course of our deliberations. And we've heard that repeatedly. It was a strong message. One of the things we didn't hear, and this, I want to read two sentences I found in a fact sheet that's on the council's web sheet under Groundfish about the Catch Share program. And it really falls up on Brad's comments. He gave that good history of the problems encountered in the trawl fishery with those trip limits and a lot of the short seasons and how that was impacting the trawl fishery. In those two sentences state, and this is in that early, I think, or pre-2000 period, but it says the restrictions and closures to protect overfished species were very hard on the fleet and the communities that depended on a healthy fishing industry. Because the trawl fleet lands such a large amount of fish throughout the year, its health is critical to maintaining the fishing infrastructure needed by other fisheries, including salmon, crab, shrimp, and others. And part of that infrastructure, there's a parenthetical there about ice machines, hoists, processors, and I'm sure there's other things. But you know, that's one of the things I don't think we heard, or at some points we heard about the importance of the trawl fishery to this whole infrastructure and how its loss impacts that. And to me, that's one of the principles that I would add to at least my list as I think about that. It is critically important up and down the coast to have this strong infrastructure to support multiple different fishing operations. So as I go through that and think about what all has been said, I've come to the decision too that I do support at this time at least moving forward with exploring some mechanism to limit gear switching. That is in my mind, and part of that thinking is protecting that strong infrastructure that could develop along the coast. But at the same time, another principle, and I want to reference back, I agree with those that Phil stated that, it's wise to consider a restriction on the upper limit of gear switching, thinking about the control date and also some recency decisions or provisions when we do that, and honoring the investments that were made. Those are all important. But one I would add again to my personal list is that I have a concern that moving too fast towards either a zero or very low level of gear switching has the potential to leave sablefish in the water that otherwise would have been caught. I think there is some value in the diversification of harvest strategies that we have available to us to catch sablefish as well as other species. And so we need to take a very careful and deliberative look at that. So I think because of what else has been said, and there's a number of other people that want to speak, I'm going to leave it right there for now, but just to summarize that, moving forward with exploring mechanisms to limit gear switching, I'm in favor of that now. And I've stated a little bit of my justification and principles there. So I may have something later, but that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marcy Remco, followed by Bob Dooley and Krista Svensson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brad, I want to thank you for taking us down that trip of memory lane. You referenced the development of the program back in 2003 when the discussions were just beginning, and at the time, an acknowledgement that the industry needed to change due to bycatch concerns. And I wasn't involved with council activities at that time, but I was involved with other state regulatory activities in California. And I very much remember the decisions that took place in our state arena right around that time to abruptly bring an end to our spot prawn trawl fishery that took place off of Southern California due to significant bycatch events and really no way to prosecute that fishery using trawl gear. And unfortunately, the state program didn't quite have as, I guess, the happiest of endings in the sense that there wasn't an opportunity for everyone in that fishery to look to making changes in operations to minimize bycatch, though there was some conversion of some folks to using trap gear in a developing spot prawn trap fishery. But I think what we saw with the onset of the California or the implementation of the groundfish trawl program in California in 2011, when it took effect, was exactly what the program envisioned, in the sense that the fleet consolidated, and it consolidated very quickly. I think at the time we had in the neighborhood of 70 or 80 vessels that initially qualified under the program. We saw, I think only 38 vessels participate once the program was actually implemented in its first year. And we've seen a continued decline in the number of vessels participating in the IQ fishery, which I very much would like to see a change in that trend. I think now in 2020, we're down to 18 participating vessels, and I believe of those, 3 are utilizing gear switching in some way, all or in part. So I think what is most on my mind is that the program, when folks made decisions when it was instituted on what to do with their investment, some folks sold their interests. Some folks decided to buy more of other people's interests. And what we saw was a development of a new IQ fishery that has progressively looked different over time. And it has changed and morphed and begun to fill certain niches that present themselves as circumstances and needs change. And that flexibility was due in large part to the ability to gear switch. It's been a fundamental cornerstone of the program since its inception. And I think that many investments and decisions were made premised on an understanding that gear switching would always be an element of the program, and that the use of various gears in the IQ fishery could ebb and flow as times and circumstances changes. I'm confident that in reviewing our record, there was a clear intent to allow for gear switching with no limits, including the flow of quota shares, either by sale or by lease, including to those using non-trawl gear. We've heard a lot in the testimony about growing opportunities in the midwater rockfish and whiting target strategies. And we've also heard some about the continued successes with landing and selling petrale at a good price. We've just reopened many areas to trawl fishing under our Amendment 28 actions that just took place in January of 2020. And we've been closely monitoring the progress of the Midwater Rockfish Trawl EFP under our in-season agenda items at every council meeting. And we've really enjoyed hearing about the continued successes and the performance of this fishery. Yet I haven't heard a strong suggestion that sablefish is presently a constraint to any of the operations that are taking place today as our IQ fishery grows and changes. The analytical document on page 11 notes that preliminary data for 2020 indicate there may be an increase in the need for sablefish for strategies that are expanding with the opening of the rockfish trawl RCAs. Yet again, we haven't heard anything that sablefish is a constraint. It sounds like shares of sablefish are able to be purchased or leased on the open market, that they're available, and that their transactions are flowing to and from the trawl fishery to the fixed gear fishery for those that make those opportunities available and want to make some money on the activity of leasing their shares. I guess what I'm struggling with is thinking about, after years of discussion on this topic, I can't really come to any conclusion other than the interest in capping or phasing out gear switching is rooted in an interest in limiting or ending competition in search of control of the marketplace. And this fleet has already consolidated, and dramatically so. And at least in California, I'd wager to say is already consolidated too much. Gear switching, as I described in the CDFW report yesterday, while we may not have a large number of participants, it is an important contributor to the diversity of our portfolio when it comes to sablefish landings south of 4010. Capping or gear switching or phasing out these participants will just mean these landings won't be made in the future. At this time, there's no conservation concern with northern sablefish, and I don't see a need to further consolidate this now diversified IQ fleet. I have concerns with equity after we've now fully embraced the idea of this diverse fleet and encourage them to utilize a variety of target strategies to get the fish out of the water. I think about John Corbin's testimony yesterday and him explaining to us that fixed gear landings of sablefish add value to the IQ sector at the top end, given the high price paid. Yet, if there's more money to be made using those sablefish shares and mixed target trawl fisheries to get a variety of trawl dominant species out of the water, the marketplace will certainly respond to that need. And shares of sablefish may not be so readily available for lease. And we'd see trawlers needing them for their own operations instead. I'm mindful of the GMT's remarks to us that we've received significant input from groundfish fishery stakeholders during council meetings and during the climate scenario planning workshops and other avenues regarding increased need for flexibility in light of expected increases in market variability. And that for any allocation decision the council makes regarding different gear groups and shifts in fishery participation, the council really needs to keep the need for long-term flexibility in mind. I could not have agreed more with the testimony that I heard from Lori Steele yesterday with this reminder of how expensive the program is and that processors are being hit from every direction and money is being spent left and right. And she's asking us for a lifeline. I'm just wondering if this is the right one. We do need to cut costs in the IQ fishery, and we've heard that over and over from Sarah, Heather, and others in recent months about the IQ fishery paying to be 300% accountable between observers, VMS, logbooks, catch monitors, and they're absolutely right. But let's not give some a leg up and cut legs off from others in looking at how we make the IQ fishery more resilient on the cost front. I just, thinking ahead to how we would institute a cap, I just can't see a way to move ahead with a program that fairly and equitably implements a cap in this now fully diversified IQ fishery, given the foundational premises of the program. The purpose and need that I'm looking that I see that we've adopted really doesn't seem to match with the needs we've heard this meeting. What I've heard is that boats are on Dover trip limits combined with limits on trips, coupled with no demand or low demand and low price for Thorny Head. And yet the analysis that we're relying on or trying to rely on in this action was premised on our purpose and need that sablefish was a constraint. Looking ahead to the future, I believe the future is bright and there is much to be gained in allowing the IQ fishery to continue and grow and change, especially in response to many new opportunities that the trawl fishery now has available, including the elimination of the trawl RCA and the new opportunities afforded under the EFP. But I'll leave you with one other thought. What if? Gosh, I would hate to see this day come, but what if we found ourselves in a situation where we had unfortunately reverted to a case where we had petrale overfished and concurrently had, say, Dover overfished and Widow overfished? What would we do? And what would be best for the trawl fishery? What might we be able to give them in terms of relief? Well, I don't know what we might be able to do, but one thing that I think would be a tool in their toolbox would be that they'd be able to lease their shares. And those shares could be leased to any participant that held a trawl permit that would be able to fish for the species that they could target and avoid those overfished stocks. And that may mean fixed gear. So I just think about, the importance of flexibility and maintaining this flexibility. And I don't know what the future holds. I don't know what stock status information we're going to be working with in 10 years from now. But I am mindful that needs and circumstances can and do change, and they have changed. And I understood from the onset of this program, the fundamental importance of flexibility to the industry. So I would sure hope that at least one thing that the industry would have at its disposal, should we find ourselves back in a bleak situation like that, would be that there might be some financial positive benefit that would accrue by an ability to lease their quota pounds to vessels who could use it wherever and however they might be able to. And I think the fixed gear and pot and hook and line fisheries hold some promise that might provide some of the key. So in summary, I very much support maintaining full flexibility with regard to gear switching into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Bob Dooley, followed by Krista Svensson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with a lot of the comments that came before me with Phil and Marcy and Pete, Joe, and Brad. I don't discount the ones that Marcy made. She makes some very good points. I want to kind of go back a bit. A lot of thoughts here, trying to get them condensed. Don't want to drone on forever. I started with this way back when we were conceiving the program. I remember the TIC committee. I remember sitting in the gap and talking about this. And my recollection of the gear switching alternative was really rooted in the trawl. I remember Tommy Ancona, remember Marion Larkin, I remember Pete Leipzig, all talking about maybe a Dover constraining the ability to get it out, to get sable out of the water. And there was a concern about that. And I believe there was a year there where we left a bunch of Dover in the water. And that was the concern, that was the driving force. And I was in those conversations, and I remember I never once considered, I know later it came as a part of the description, but never once considered that we would have sector switching, not gear switching, that fixed gear vessels would be coming in. But nonetheless, that's where we find ourselves. So then you flash forward to the 5-year review of the trawl catch share program. And I remember sitting in those rooms as well, and the coastal outreach and all of it. Was a member of the CAB, was a member of SAM, a member of the SAMTAC from both an industry level and then later in the council representative seat for California. And the number one issue with in my recollection that was brought to bear in the 5-year review was this issue of sablefish and the gear switching constraining the trawl sector. That was the number one concern, and it was elevated because the council actually broke it apart and put it on its own path. Many of the other issues never elevated to that level and are still going forward, but this one got separated out. A ton of effort by the council to put this together and to dig down into this this issue. What came out of that and the process as it evolved, in my opinion, was we had people making proposals and coming up with alternatives. Groups of people, individuals. I think at one point we had 24 different proposals on the table in the SAMTAC. We eventually got that down to, I believe, 3, maybe 4 with the bookends, 4 or 5. But the one common thing about those, or actually uncommon thing about those, is they were all developed from the perspective of people who had a destination in mind. There was a group that wanted gear switching unlimited. There was a group that wanted no gear switching, trawlers. There were those alternatives were vested in that result. And what we ended up with was gridlock. And I go back and listen to the testimonies from the beginning until now, and no one's moved. If anything, they've gone farther away from consensus. I recall the council requesting industry to come together and, think about this, to try to bring this to conclusion. It didn't happen. So it brings us to where we are in this council meeting. In November, there was a decision made by the council to say, wait a minute, we've got the alternatives, but I don't see us coming together. So we have alternatives, but let's pick a number. I know Phil, in his discussion on the issue, when the council dealt with it on that, I read back through the draft transcripts from the November 2020 meeting, page 104 to 99 to 109. And Phil actually quoted something that I almost embarrassed because I said it so many times during the cab and during the SAMTAC and through council discussion, is if you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there. And finally, I think I wouldn't take credit for anything, but we finally decided that was maybe the path to go, was let's define the destination. So the job ahead, the task we have before us today is to define a maximum level. That was what was said in the motion. If you look back at the November 20th decision summary, it's pretty darn clear that was it, to identify a maximum level of gear switching that would be allowed. And that's where we are. And so I see the maximum as a maximum and that can be allowed. And of course, we can have a range below that we look at through the lens of the alternatives that are at hand, that we have on the table, and maybe even additional ones. But that's the job. And so then it comes to the question, do we have, kind of what Marcy was talking about, is there a problem? Well, I go back to the principles that the SAMTAC chose in 2018. And there was like A through G, several principles. But the highlight is, we believe that unlimited catch of sablefish through gear switching is not desirable. So that, to me, says there needs to be some level set to control gear switching. And I guess I'd look at it as, if you could gear switch 100% of it, and you did, there would be no trawl sector. So I don't think that's what is envisioned here. I think we do have a problem. I think that we need to make a decision. The council needs to get people to focus, to come out of their corners and focus on a destination, or at least focus the discussion so we're not in our corners and just holding on to our positions. It's amazing to me that we heard a lot of public testimony this time that was focused on basically the same thing they said 2 years ago. It's not much has changed. So I'm hoping this is a way to get us off of high center. So what should we think about when we talk about a maximum level? Well, I do have some thoughts on that. The council established a control date, 2017. And that was a message to industry that we may not consider any investments or activity that took place after that fact when considering limiting gear switching. It was it was a shot across the bow to everyone, a warning to say, pay attention. Your investment might not be honored. I think another one of the principles we used was we want to maintain gear switching options for trawl operations. That was a big from the trawler's perspective. That was a promise of the program. And it also said we want to consider the impacts to existing operations and investments. And I think that's a promise to the people that made those investments within the control date, use them, and I think that's part of our alternatives. I think all of those can be dealt with as we go forward, and consider those parts of it. So I think you can't consider in the cap, if we're going to think of a cap, we should contain it to the amount of gear switching that was done within the control date from the start of the program, maybe the average. I think there's information in there that can inform that. That might be a starting point and totally justifiable. On another issue, I think that it shouldn't be a goal of this program to increase the lease value of quota. And I wanted to talk about that a bit. We have in this fishery, and when it was created, we created a program where anyone can own quota. And you don't have to have a permit to own quota. You don't have to have a vessel to own quota. And I wanted to clarify that because it was mentioned yesterday you needed a permit to own quota. You need a quota share permit, but it's not, you can't fish with a quota share permit. You can only fish with a groundfish permit. But then you need quota. So it's totally separate. And I will tell you, just as an example, my aunt, who's 95, living her last days, she owns quota. And it will pass in her family to my cousins. They don't have a boat. They don't have a fishing interest. I've talked to them about it. They're looking at that as a lease opportunity to make money. That will be income to them. When you talk about lease prices, the lease price to a gear switcher is higher than the price to a non-gear switcher, or at least the gear switching price drives the quota price. Now, when you are a seller of quota or a leaser of quota, a person that leases out, and you don't own a boat, your concern is getting the highest price for that fish, that asset, making the most money off it. You're not concerned about the fishery. Yes, a trawler can make more money eventually of it, with it. But when it comes to a lease price, a gear switcher can pay more for it and will. And that drives the overall lease price. So they typically outbid. I know this from experience. They typically outbid the trawler. So it is detrimental to the trawl program to drive lease prices up. It should not be a goal to drive the lease price up if your intent is full utilization of the groundfish trawl quota, all quota, not just sablefish. So that needs to be thought of when in this whole context of lease price versus lease price to a gear switcher, lease price to a trawler, and the person who is leasing it out. Because a person that is a trawler, leasing it to another trawler or leasing it from a trawler, it's a different mechanism as opposed to leasing it to a gear switcher who has the ability to take much more, pay for a higher lease price. That That is detrimental to the program. I'm terrible at explaining that. I'm sorry. Okay. I would also say that the what if the tool that we envisioned, that Marcy mentioned, the what if everything went bad and we can't get the fish out of the water? Well, I don't think that'll happen in a year. And as if many other what ifs in the council process, we will fix that when the time comes. I don't think we need to build the trawl program to anticipate something that may or may not happen. I think if the people that made the decision then had the ability and the knowledge that they have now, and the information we have and the analysis that we've received through hard-earned time, could go back when the decision was made and decide whether there should be a limit on that or not. I kind of believe, I know I would have made a different decision. I didn't vote, but I would have made a different decision whether it should be an option or not. So I guess I'll stop there, but I appreciate the opportunity and I appreciate the people that came before me, and I support a lot of what was said. I believe there needs to be a limit. I think there's a way to get there. And I think then we will have a more cohesive industry working to get through to apply the alternatives to that. So I'll stop there and thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob. Krista Svensson, Corey Niles, and Bob, your hand. Okay, there you go. Krista Svensson and Corey Niles.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just am still thinking through everything that I've just heard, partially because it's set up so much of what I have to say and talk about in a way that I really hadn't planned on thinking about it. So thank you to my colleagues who have all spoken so far. One of the kind of the key things that I just keep going back to, and whether that's picking a level or whether that's the bigger conversation in terms of gear switching, is that, you know, we talk a lot about increasing attainment in troll fisheries, but who are we trying to help? And I'm asking that question, and it's again reframing that question that I asked. Yeah, I guess it was yesterday. It feels like it was longer than that. About, you know, if we're looking at the DTS complex and they can't afford to pay more, is that who we're trying to help? Because their needs may be very different. Fishermen who are trawlers, as we've heard, you know, they may spend part of the year shrimping. That's a different business strategy than somebody that's working 12 months a year. We've got processors that are very dependent upon both styles of fishing. We definitely relied on 12-month-a-year trawlers for the backbone of our work when I was at Bornstein, but we also needed the big volumes to help build programs and capacities. So I really am hoping that as we move forward, we can start isolating down to say, hey, if we're going to put a limit in, this is who we're trying to help, so that we really are finding out and listening from those user groups what it is their needs are, and we're ensuring that we need it. The other area that I am concerned about, I will say I'm worried that gear switching is being used as a proxy. And I, like everybody else, I think in the fishing industry, don't particularly love seeing fishermen pit against each other. I absolutely understand there is concern from trawlers with regard to being outcompete in terms of getting sablefish. But as was just mentioned, a leaser, anybody can, if they set up an account, they can potentially, if it comes on the open market, purchase that quota. Or if they can't, they could lease it in theory, and lock a market up that way. There is no guarantee that somebody that purchases quota in the future, whether it's for gear switching, for trawling, or for any other purpose, that they will choose to use that fish trawling. They could make the decision to purchase fish, lock it up, and just not let any of us use it. Or, it could be a venture capitalist type situation where they purchase the fish and then intentionally lease it to the highest bidder. And if this is the choke species, then that will be an issue. And so, again, that gets me back to is it gear switching, or is it that mechanism of the highest bid out there? And if so, will gear switching, it'll fix it today, but it may not fix it 5 years down the road. Are we actually, in taking this up, are we addressing the mechanism that is causing the issue? Or are we picking a user group that is currently the one that is able to pay the most, but 5 years from now, or 3 years from now, or 20 years from now, because we didn't actually deal with the mechanism, we are in fact just setting ourselves up to have another conversation like this, which is extremely difficult. And so I'm hoping that as we work through this, we can have a conversation around what I would call the mechanism, but also around who it is that we are actively wanting to meet the needs of, because I am afraid that within the trawl fishery and the trawl sector, we probably will not be able to meet the needs of everybody. So having a very clear idea of what needs we're trying to meet with this action, should we take it up, I think will be very important moving forward. And thank you.
Thank you, Krista. Corey Niles, followed by Butch Smith.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just had one pretty quick follow-up on something Bob said, but if Butch hasn't got to go, his opening comments, I would, if okay with you, just wait until after Butch goes.
That's fine. Butch, then followed by Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Boy, what a topic to cut your teeth on, being the rookie of the crowd here. And we've heard some really compelling, thoughtful testimony, on this issue. I was so hoping that industry could have got together and had a collective recommendation. But it hasn't. And I do know a couple things. We want to see the fishermen get the fish out of the water, but we also need the processors in towns like Ilwaco, Westport, Newport, and up and down the coast to be able to process them and be in business to take those fish. And that's an important. We heard that from Lori Steele and others, and yesterday we heard from leave it alone to 10% or less. I will be interested in hearing, which I have, from the veterans of this issue that start from the start, what either a suite of numbers to look at, or whatever it may be, what that sweet spot will look like. But apparently, to me, it's obvious that there's some reason to certainly look at a couple different percentages, maybe not just hold it down to one, and maybe there's still hope, in the process, whatever we might do here, that industry might, see the light in getting together, and maybe still time to come up with some of their own alternative. But anyway, I want to thank all the conversation. I want to thank the industry for reaching out, and several council people also, to try to make me a little bit smarter on this topic. It's a vast topic, and with a lot of rights, but not too many wrongs, and that's what makes this a real tough decision. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the council and the people who testified yesterday and clear back into September on this issue. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you very much, Butch. Corey, back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. And this is not to double dip, but just, I think it does narrow in on where we may be going. But on Bob's comments, Bob, and thank you for those. And yeah, I remember you well throughout your participation in this process, and learned and still learn so much from your experience. I guess on this idea of picking a maximum level in any kind of definitive way, I think you expressed a purpose that is very similar to the purpose that I have in mind. And it surprises me all the time how we can use, slightly different words or the same words and have completely different ideas or the exact opposite. So just kind of some illustrations where I don't think we have the analysis in front of us to pick a precise, definitive one level. That's not to say we can't pick, and maybe Butch is right or others are right. Maybe it's one or two to focus us in on, but if it were one, just as an example, and fully agreeing with a lot of people have said that we need to look at the control date. It's a very serious tool that we have. I remember well the Pacific Dawn lawsuit that followed up, and yeah, we have our EIS documents. I think the EIS document, to no fault of the analyst alone at all, it had one or two sentences explaining that decision, and we spent quite a bit of time having to go back and explain the rationale and why we needed it. So very important, but I don't see that analysis here. I don't think we could get to it on the fly here. But for example, and this is a program works totally different than it did before. And just a quick example of what if someone had a business plan, leased some quota pounds in June of 2000 of the control date year, which is 2017. I'm trying to remember. Yet planned on fishing it in October. The council comes in September, announces the control date. I had a business plan. I fished it in October, November, December. Does that count as before the control date or after? And I don't think we're talking, if we pick a number to start out with, I don't see it changing in major ways. A percentage point or two when we actually get to the analysis. We don't have that. That's a kind of a different question, but we haven't considered the effects on individuals yet. So that's what I was getting at earlier. And Bob, I think maybe you're hearing different things here, but that's the kind of, I just want to clarify the statement I made at the beginning of, I don't see how we can arrive at a definitive single number. There are some the questions that we would iterate through, I imagine, as we move through alternatives. So just wanted to pose that question as kind of maybe more what's in my mind on the statements I made earlier. And like everyone said very graciously, I really appreciate all the comments that have been made so far, and very, very thoughtful all around.
Thank you, Corey. Is there further discussion, or should we have a motion in order to prompt further discussion? Let me first see if anyone has anything they want to say now, get off their chest before we have a motion. Louis Zim.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that I am really torn by this decision. It perhaps does not directly affect my Southern California fishing culture down here, yet I'm sensitive to the discussion about losing infrastructure We lost our infrastructure down here in San Diego when the tuna fleet was driven offshore. So that I'm very sensitive about that. We have very little fishery supporting infrastructure down here. Yet at the same time, the people that have saved my community have been those innovative people that have figured out a way to remain fishing and to remain harvesting. So as you can see, I have sympathies to both sides. And I just wanted to say that, and I'm glad that everybody else is more educated on this, and I just want to express my conflict. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis. Anything, any further discussion? At least in this first phase of discussion. So I'm not seeing any hands. Does someone have a motion to keep the ball rolling here? Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Chair. I do. And Sandra and Chris should have it. I move the council adopt, for the purpose of guiding the development of draft alternatives that would limit gear switching, a maximum level of fixed gear attainment of the trawl sector's northern sablefish allocation of 29%.
Thank you, Maggie. Is the language on the screen complete and accurate?
Yes, it is.
I'll look for a second. Seconded by Phil Anderson. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to also refer to and incorporate my earlier remarks. And then to begin, before I address the number offered here, I also want to say that I have heard that sablefish is a constraint to trawlers. I have certainly heard, and we do have evidence that the industry is in distress, has been losing infrastructure with more at risk. I'm not under any illusion that limiting gear switching will be a silver bullet, but when I need a lifeline, I hope nobody's going to refrain from throwing one because it might not be the right one. I hope they throw me something that helps me stay afloat. And I do think we should consider limiting gear switching as one piece of the puzzle. As Bob noted earlier, last November, as we began to consider a range of alternatives, we determined that given the breadth of the draft alternatives and the many options and sub-options they contained, there was no clarity on what they might achieve. And we decided to take a step first to identify a maximum gear switching level. My intent with this motion is not to set a firm cap today, but rather I am proposing that we identify a level today that would represent the maximum potential fixed gear attainment of the trawl allocation of northern sablefish, which we would then provide as guidance for further development of alternatives, with the intent that alternatives should be developed and refined to allow no more than that level. We've seen a lot of analysis describing what has occurred to date in this program, and we've seen some hypothetical explorations of what might occur under various scenarios of different gear switching levels in the future. I appreciate the work that went into that analysis, as well as all of the additional analysis over the years that has led up to this, and I found it extremely helpful. I do not find, however, that it supports a clear conclusion that gear switching is limiting or that it is not limiting. Expecting certainty from the analysis isn't realistic. We only have the experimental treatment, gear switching, to look at. We don't have a control in which we have the first decade of the Catch Share program without gear switching to give us numbers on a page about what might have happened. I don't want to take this lack of certainty as a reason for taking no action. I very much agree with Krista that we should make sure we're addressing underlying mechanisms that are causing problems so that we're not back here down the road to the best of our ability to understand and foresee that. I will say regarding the analysis, I don't put a lot of stock in the precise values of expected economic impacts of reducing or increasing gear switching in the analysis that was presented at this meeting because of some of the assumptions and modifications. Assumptions, key assumptions in there. Got my notes garbled here. But I believe the overall direction of change under the various scenarios and the relative differences does represent what is likely to occur in terms of overall net change and impacts to specific subsectors. So given that uncertainty, given the need that the analysts had to make assumptions about future conditions, uncertainty around those, as well as other factors, I don't find that the analysis itself points us to a specific level or action. I gave quite a bit of consideration to the recommendation from industry for somewhere around 10% or 12%. I believe 12.1% would represent the quota share that was owned by gear switching participants on the control date, on the basis that allowing someone to fish what they own with any gear they like makes sense, and it's not something I am inclined to restrict. Even so, that's a low number. I am not worried about leaving sablefish in the water, since I think trawlers can take it. However, that would clearly be a significant reduction in program flexibility. I considered a freeze the footprint number based on recent gear switching attainment on the basis that it is what has been occurring. I considered a middle ground, but I really don't find any clear basis at this time for selection of a number there. And I don't mean to suggest that that couldn't be a good place in the end. But what I concluded was that the council adopted a control date in 2017, and I think this action signaled the council's recognition of a possible problem and an intent to consider limitation. And this provided me a basis for identifying a number representing what had been occurring at the time this issue was recognized as a problem in that way. 29% is the 2011 through 2016 fixed gear attainment of the total available sablefish. These figures came from the analysis, table 1 in the analytical document, and I should say I rounded here to a whole number, 29%. And I chose 2016 because it was the last full year for which we had data before the selection of a control date. I certainly recognize this is a variation on a freeze the footprint alternative. It is a somewhat of a reduction from what has been occurring in more recent years. I will also note that, I'm offering one number here, not a range, since the intent of this number is to be a maximum target for alternative development, as I noted earlier. Alternatives could potentially be designed to allow less, and as we have discussed, certainly actual attainment under any limitation program could be less, depending on how any implemented action works. Although I'm not offering a range in the motion, I would like to share my own opinion that I would consider the 12.1% of the quota share owned by gear switchers on the control date as a floor. And, I guess working toward a conclusion here is as we really continue to give such careful consideration and deliberation on how to best shape the future of the catch share fishery as a whole, meet the diverse range of participant needs. I do want to recognize a couple things. One is to keep in the front of our minds that the trawl fishery is a volume operation. It depends on that. Vessels and processors and a lot of the species that are being moved as our quality seafood products are volume, and we need trawl gear for that. We have all recognized that there are trade-offs occurring under the status quo. Certainly, there will be a different mix of trade-offs and a different balance of them if we take any action to limit gear switching. The Amendment 20 objectives, like the goals of the Catch Share program, our Groundfish FMP, and indeed like the Magnuson Act and its national standards, all encompass conflicts and trade-offs as well between desired outcomes for utilization, conservation, for communities, flexibility, etc. Our next step would be to consider the mechanism for achieving potential gear switching limitation through future consideration of draft alternatives in conjunction with this target maximum, which should allow more meaningful and precise analysis of the potential impacts and the trade-offs that they would represent of fairness and equity concerns, impacts on individuals, and other factors. It will be an iterative process. We'll have opportunities to adjust if we determine that 30% is not, 29% is not the right number in the future. And with that, I'll note that we may wish to provide some additional guidance for further development and refinement of alternatives. And I do have some to offer, but it is outside of this motion. So I will save it for to follow discussion and voting on this motion. Or thanks. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you very much, Maggie. Are there questions for Maggie on her motion? All right, let's have some discussion on the motion. Marcy Yarmko, followed by Corey Niles.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I do have a question on the motion. I'm not sure if it's a Maggie question or a NIMS question, but just as a matter of process, the development of the draft alternatives that would limit gear switching to a level of 29%. So I'm assuming that that means alternatives that would achieve that 29% number. But I believe that the alternative that would allow for status quo will always be an option in a range of alternatives. Is that correct?
Was that question for Maggie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I presume that question, well, I'm happy to hear anyone answer that question. Thank you.
Kelly Ames.
Through the chair, thanks, Marcy, for the question. Yes, as we move forward, the no action alternative would always remain part of an option for the council to consider.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Kelly. Corey Niles, followed by Brad Pettinger.
Lost my mute button there. Thanks, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Maggie. I thank you for the explanation and for the motion. I think this is consistent with moving us to the next step. But I just maybe to catch something that you said there, and the 29%. Sorry, I have a hard time following math sometimes, as we all do, I'm sure, on the fly. But that was, you said it was the 2011 through 16 average of the available pounds from table 1 in the analysis. I'm guessing, and I didn't ask that very clearly. I could restate that.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct, Corey.
Okay, thanks. And I'm guessing your rationale was 2017 involves the control date of September 15th, and that kind of messes up the math. But I think if you do that, I'm looking now, and if I've got the right numbers, it would round down to 29% as well. But was that the logic of 2011 through 2016. And apologies if I'm making you repeat that rationale.
Through the chair, yes, you are correct. I chose 2011 through 16 because those represented full years prior to the time at which we selected the control date, and that was the data that we would have been looking at the time, reflecting the fixed gear attainment.
Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Grolnick. Yeah, thank you, Maggie, for the motion. We appreciate it. And I do agree with most of your comments with that. Corey referenced my comment about the decision today, and it was really basically the decision could be much different than moving forward with this motion potentially than others that I'd heard on the table. So I appreciate Maggie's phrasing as far as at the maximum level, not necessarily a goal. That's the way I read into this. It'll help guide us into getting to whatever the number will be, or how whatever modifications to the program we make here down the road. So with that, I'll be supporting the motion. I look forward to hearing some of the direction maybe people may be giving, and I might add to that. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Brad. Is there further discussion on the motion? All right, I'm not seeing any hands, so I will call the question. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Oh, aye. Okay. Opposed, no.
No.
Any abstentions?
Louis Zim abstains.
All right. So the motion passes. Thank you, Maggie, for the motion. I know you have further guidance, but we've been at this for about 2 hours. So we will take a 10-minute break and come back to get additional guidance and any further discussion on this agenda item. I have 3:36, so we'll be back at 3:46. Well, welcome back. It is 3:46, and we will continue with the agenda item F4. We've taken important action already, but there is some additional guidance coming. Won't call on Maggie, but I'll wait for anyone to raise their hand. Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the break too. Yeah, I thought we might be able to offer a little bit of additional guidance. Not sure we'll get all the way to the questions posed in section 5 of the analytical report, for example, but I'll start with those. One was on using the control date, and I think as suggested by my use of it in determining the level I proposed earlier, I do think we retain and use the control date in determining qualification for any gear switching privileges. I also think it will be valuable to include some recency provision. So some indication not just of participation before the control date, but of more recent participation, recognizing that I think some earlier information had shown us that there were participants who gear switched relatively early on in the program, but have not since then. And I think we would be interested in including a recency provision. I do not have a recommendation on specific years at this time. And then my other thought is there was a question posed about thinking about long-term and short-term gear switching levels. I've only offered one level here in the motion earlier, and I'm really only prepared to think about one level and one action as we proceed with considering gear switching limitation. I think we would want to see what happens following any potential implementation of that, take those results and circumstances into account in a future review of any action and its effects before we determine whether we might want to, for example, ratchet down more or make any other changes. So there are a few thoughts to get us started, and I suspect we'll hear more from others around the table.
All right, thank you, Maggie. Let's see if there's some discussion here. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Maggie. I think, yeah, I'm in agreement with what you said there. I just want a couple thoughts on elaborating on the control date. And I mean, as I mentioned earlier, I had the Pacific Dawn follow-up experience, and it's still, whatever reason, in fresh in memory, because we had to do everything almost all over again. But on the control date, on our question and answer on the motion, you explained it was the year we were looking at when we announced the control date. But I think the control date becomes effect when people are put on notice of it. And it looks, in terms of a percentage level, it's a rate of around 29%. So from that perspective, it doesn't look like it matters. But I think if you start looking at individual behavior and the fair and equitable side, it's that kind of maybe a difference there in terms of people had no idea we were going to, for sure, announce a control date until it was published in the Federal Register. So that's just a little tiny, maybe not tiny, but just a thought. And the recency, I believe that's a question we should get guidance from, or the analyst should get some guidance from NIMS and in NOAAGC to staff, because that was also a big part of the analysis, and the Magnuson Act tells us to. It's not our choice. It'll be somewhat of a weighing of factors when a decision comes. So second one, just two thoughts there. Yeah. There might be some, and I have no doubt Dr. Seeger will help us find them on the control date. yeah, that recency one, I believe, it would be more of a legal, not a policy question. But of course, there's limitations on how recent we can look and how we are to weigh recent versus factors like the control date and past participation. Yeah, and on the long term versus near term, I think those are considerations to keep in mind. But I think the percentage level you've identified will allow some discussion and thought on that in the analysis.
Phil?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Well, I don't have a lot to add. I appreciate the thoughts that have been expressed so far. I laid out some principles in my opening remarks when we started this topic, and I find what I've heard so far to be in line with those. Not that they have to be. There is one just general concern that I have, and that is the cost and complexity of implementation, and that there could well be some cost recovery implications associated with it. And so one of the things that I spoke to was crafting an implementation regime that used the most cost-effective approach that we could while meeting all the other objectives that we're trying to meet. So while that isn't anything specific, I hope that we can keep that in mind when we're moving forward. We can, obviously, we know we're capable of building very complex management regimes, but I think we ought to be looking for ways to do this that meet our overall objectives and doing it in the simplest and most cost-effective way that we can. Thanks.
Thank you, Phil. Bob Dooley, followed by Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Maggie, Phil, Corey, thanks for those comments. The comment I would add to this is that as we look at this going forward, and I remember all of the alternatives have many options and places to look at. And they may be informative to talk about long-term and short-term options. I think I recall there's a couple of different options that talk about different, different destinations, either sunsets or there's many, many things in there that could address that. And I think the control date, I think as far as that goes, I think I think it's important to respect that control date. I mean, history will tell us that we need to, if we're not going to do that, it may have adverse consequences. So I respect that. As far as recency, I think there's some recency options and provisions that might guide us in the alternatives as well. So I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel, maybe adjust the wheels and maybe, maybe pick and choose a bit. But I think there's a way to do that. And with respect to the cost-effective approach and the cost recovery, I really do think that that's something we need to pay attention to as a council, and maybe guided by some of the principles. I know we've never really formally adopted those. They may be able to get us a place where we address some of those, may get us to a place where a concept of how to format this within the ITQ sector that would address multiple issues. So I think that we need to look at this maybe not as one alternative, the other alternative, but as a destination of where we're looking to go. And I know I'm not really good at expressing myself sometimes, so I'm not confusing people. But I think if we focus too much under the hood and get into the details too much and don't step back and look at it in totality, we could create a monster. And I think that we could do a better job if we maybe take a few minutes to look at it from a larger perspective to achieve the goals that we're trying to achieve. So I hope that made some sense, and I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Chair. The mention of cost recovery had reminded me of one thing I forgot, which was that I would ask the National Marine Fisheries Service, if possible, to maybe coordinate with the council, or at least to keep costs and in mind as we move through this process. And I'm thinking of the item I noted earlier in the cost recovery report for Office of Law Enforcement review of SAMTAC information. And it sure seemed like a very early stage in the process for that to occur. The council did not see results of that, and I fully appreciate the intent may have been to inform Kelly and NIMS staff who were directly engaged in SAMTAC. But just struck me as one example of an area where maybe costs could be, or at least we could think about this more efficiently. Thanks.
Kelly.
Thank you, Chair Gromnick. Thank you, Ms. Summer, for the question. Yes, we have, committed through the council process to identify items that are recoverable as you scope the items, so you are well aware. We have identified, as you noted, this item to be recoverable. It is really important for us to have early and often communication, including with enforcement as alternatives are developed, because it streamlines the process. So identifying issues early now saves time later. So we do want to continue that sort of coordination as we move through this action. And I will just remind folks, last year, April 2020, NIMS did submit a report for the council's consideration where we highlighted across the SAMTAC alternatives. So again, not yet alternatives that have been adopted by the council, but the ones that were under consideration in the SAMTAC process. And, suffice to say, the greater the complexity, it is likely that there will be higher costs. So as we move into the council discussion on range of alternatives, I am with you all that I hope we can seek to reduce complexity and reduce cost so that we end up with an efficient program. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Further discussion? Other guidance? Jim, please let me know how we're doing here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you're doing quite well. You have met the goal of identifying a gear switching level that will help us help guide further development of the alternatives. And we've got a little bit of additional guidance that we can take into account as we're moving forward and determine what we bring back to you as soon as you determine under future meeting planning the next time that we'll be on the floor with you. Again, I've said it several times, but I really appreciate the council's attention and diligence to a lot of material that we presented and a lot of, obviously a lot of presentation time and listening to the public comment and everything else as well. So thank you.
Yeah, and I want to recognize, as others have, the work that staff has done to make this agenda item go forward. I also want to thank the public who have, both through written and verbal comments, have provided valuable input to the process. So that will conclude agenda item F4 for this meeting. We have one outstanding agenda item for the day, and that's to conclude from yesterday, salmon agenda item D5. So I'm going to ask Executive Director Chuck Tracy to consult his tea leaves and let us know what we can expect today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want everybody to close their eyes and hold hands and say Om. Actually, I think we're looking at probably 5 o'clock, I think, is what the tea leaves are telling me at this point. So I think my recommendation is that we adjourn until 5 and check back about that time. We will continue to update the reader board if there are any updates or changes to that 5 o'clock reconvening time.
All right, thanks, Chuck. So before we step away, Phil Anderson.
Oh, I don't have a lot to add to what Chuck said. They are meeting right now. There has been some progress, significant progress made here in the last few hours, and I am hopeful that by 5 o'clock, Kyle and Joe will have some news for us that is good. So we'll see.
All right. Well, I hope the same. So let's just take a long break until 5 o'clock, and we'll come back and hopefully be able to entertain agenda item D5. So until 5 o'clock.
Good evening, everybody. Just wanted to let people know who are still on the line that hadn't got the word yet that we will not be reconvening for salmon. There's still some discussions going on, so we will be adjourned for the rest of the evening, and we hope to be able to start with salmon tomorrow morning, but I guess we'll just have to stay tuned. We'll try and get some notice out as soon as we know the answer to that. I'll send around emails and we'll try and update the reader board as soon as we know. So any questions?
Thanks, Chuck.
Okay. Thank you all.